I'm ready.
Good morning. Today is December 15th, 2022. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. And I will call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. And if you have cell phones, if you would please silence them at this time. And if you would, please join me for the pledge. Steve, would you like to lead us today? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Here.
Commissioner Kanda,
Here.
Commissioner Flower,
Present.
County Attorney Clint Smith,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Okay, and audience introductions. We'll start with you, Steve.
Steve Laswell, today representing the Attainable Housing Board.
Jennifer Cree, your admin.
All right, thank you. And like we got a few people online, so if anyone goes to speak later, if you would please identify yourself for the record, I would greatly appreciate that. And are there any amendments to the agenda?
No, sir.
None here.
The only thing, sir, that you may need to be aware of is the very last agenda item. We are waiting on Braden. And he's waiting on Biggie. They were supposed to have levies in by today. And so if we get that resolution in, it'll be at the last minute.
Okay,
So
thank you.
the resolution to set no levies, that's what that does.
He doesn't have everything in, he didn't have everything in at 8 o'clock this morning, but we're waiting to find out. So if for some reason we don't have those, then we may need to call a special meeting on Monday.
Okay.
But he's working on it during the day.
Thank you for that. Okay. Do we have no minutes? Commissioner items. Commissioner Flower.
Thank you, sir. Since our last commissioner meeting on the 6th, on December the 8th, I attended the underfunded courts commission meeting in Denver. We had $3.1 million to distribute. We had 6 applications. We funded 5 of those applications for that total amount of 3.1 million. So we had one application that requested 97% of the total 3 million. We declined to fund that at all. A very large county. We felt the other counties had a bigger need. Lake County, I don't remember the exact number, roughly $2.5 million. So looks like they're going to move forward and get their deal built. Their Justice Center. Been fighting that for 4 or 5 years. Voters failed it twice. And so then they went a different route, and looks like they're going to get that Justice Center done. So excited.
How big?
Oh, I don't know. Bill, I've got the notebook there. I could look it up.
To see what creative funding they did, that maybe we can
Yeah,
consider that in
I
our discussion.
believe they were in, can't think of his name. He was at CCI from Stifel. He came down here too and talked about the funding. I think they're doing certificate of participation.
I think that's probably what it is. But we got to follow the lead maybe here and.
Yeah, so we'll was good meeting. Dwayne McFall sits on that. We're the two commissioners for Colorado, so it's nice to have two. Well, of course, they typically would be from rural communities because that's the objective for the underfunded courts is to help small rural communities with their courts. I don't know where my head was at. It sure wasn't in the ball game, or I would have written a grant request from underfunded courts, pay for the carpeting, but I never thought about it. So, I don't know if we want to wait a whole nother year either, so. And then, of course, attended the CCI Winter Conference up in Westminster this last Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Good conference. They had about 400 people registered and had some good sessions. I don't know. Let me see if Vernon's on.
Vernon's right here.
Oh,
He's on.
one of the sessions I attended and got a little worked up at was considering House Bill 1110, which is the accessibility, digital accessibility law that is actually, I think it's supposed to start January 1, and they have until July of 2024 to make sure all of our digital footprint is accessible, hearing impaired, sight impaired.
Okay,
I don't know if you,
I'll review that.
Yeah.
And make certain we're in compliance.
yeah, it's, there were some upset commissioners about that whole thing. It's a little after time. To the letter of the law, every document that we have that's digitized and available to the public needs to be accessible in one form or another. And I just said that's ridiculous. There's another unfunded mandate from our great legislature that wants us to go through every document that we have.
That would be a prodigious project with lots and lots of expense.
Any images, they want to have a text attached to that. So if you can't make out the image, you could read it on a screen reader. I mean, it's just, to me, it was insane.
So it wasn't retroactive, it was retroactive going back, or was it going from here forward?
That question was asked. It's not.
You're gonna go back into the 1800s and make
and-
pictures, and it's crazy.
Believe me, that was brought up. And so what their big answer was, well, just take all that stuff offline.
What does that mean?
Well, what the heck does that help?
Does that mean hire somebody to pull it off for you and read it to you?
If somebody, look at the records in the vault, you know, if those were digitized, we'd have had to go through all of those and
That's a
bring it up to
$1 million
$600
deal just to go through our vault.
insane. And
Well, and I mean, how would we create how would we show a map to someone who's blind or visually impaired?
That's why they say you have to have text.
We
Well,
have
if you
all
look over here,
maps
it's vision.
online.
I mean, it's nonsense.
extreme color contrast, headings, subheadings, colored headings, all this stuff to,
So we're gonna erase the past by taking it out of availability.
yeah.
Maybe.
You know, if it's too much, just don't do it. Well, that's stupid. So they got an earful for me and a couple other commissioners, and they kept blaming everything on the governor's office and the office of OIT. And I said, now, one of you are from OIT, right? And they said, well, yeah. I said, then quit saying they. It's on you. You're involved in that. So stand up here and listen to what we have to say. Take the heat on this deal because it's ridiculous. So I don't know. And then I sat through a cybersecurity session as well, and I know you're working on that and on top of that. And so the IT director from Larimer County, Fort Collins, was one of their speakers, and encouraged anyone that wanted to reach out to him for some direction, assistance, whatever. But I asked if there was a statewide IT Directors Association. And didn't really get an answer. I don't think there is, other than Seagate and all that. Those are national, those aren't local Colorado, so.
There is a group, and I have all of their contact information. I've been on with them several times.
Yeah, he said there was kind of a loosely formed chat group or, yeah. So, anyway, but we'll press on and do the best we can, I guess. I don't know. So, interestingly enough, Dwayne McFall chaired that session on cybersecurity, the chairman of the BOCC in Fremont County, who, you know, just went through a major hack down there and cost him 2 months worth of county function, really. And so it was an interesting session. I'm glad I sat through it.
You got a lot of help from people saying, I'll help you with your passwords, Dwayne.
Yeah. So.
Secure in place.
Mr. Chairman, we have a Custer County resident who is the CEO of a internet security company. And I've talked to him, and his concern or his initial question was, should he set up an effort here in the county? He's apparently quite a speaker on internet security, and I think he would be, he's got kids in our school, he's owned property here. It might be a good assistance.
Okay. If and when it's appropriate, if you could give that name to Vernon, we could maybe reach out. And I think probably we wouldn't hurt for us to consider a workshop for that, and then maybe an executive session to bring us up to speed to exactly where you're at with that cybersecurity.
And we of Round Mountain have initiated efforts because we're concerned that our systems, if they were contaminated and such like that, it could shut us down. So we've had contract help for a better part of a year.
Yeah. And then a couple other things, if I may, Mr. Chair, I wanted to bring up during my report. We did receive the hard copy letter and email with that letter attached from Werfenau County. They are ending our contract with our weed manager, cooperative weed manager agreement with Werfenau County with Charles. They're just getting overrun down there, so if you don't mind, the letter to the commissioners here, we regret to inform you that Werfenau County will no longer be able to provide weed control services to Custer County. And pursuant to provision 5 of our 2018 agreement, we are giving you notice we must terminate said agreement effective at the end of the day of December 31st. So I talked to those guys a little bit up there at CCI, John Galusha and Cisneros is there, Gerald, and so I will, of course, take that to the weed board, and we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna move forward. All right. So disconcerting to say the least. Of course, they said, well, what about Fremont County? Well, Fremont County's got their plate full. They got all they can do down there, but I don't know, we'll just have to see how that goes. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was that I would like to have a discussion that doesn't have to be today, but it might be wise to have a discussion today about scheduling a workshop with our regional DOLA rep, Randy Sneed, and have a discussion. She wants to talk to us about DOLA in general, but she was specifically interested in talking to us about grant funding over a 3-year period for a county manager. They have kind of a standing grant program up there over 3 years. They they would match 75% the first year, 50% the second year, and 25% the third year of the salary of a county administrator. With the intent then on the fourth year, that would, be a blended into the county government as a full position. And so I told her I would bring that up. Also, I reached out to Christy. I was going to bring this up later, but it ties kind of into this workshop thing, Christy Coleman, to discuss the OEM situation. And she also requested or thought it would be a good idea to have a workshop with her to discuss the whole OEM thing, with the emphasis, of course, on getting that position filled, and then really getting a grasp on what the whole EMPG grant is and what the deliverables are for that grant and so on and so forth. So I would like us to maybe consider having a workshop in the first half of one of those people in the second half of the other one. Don't know what everyone's schedule is like. But we can wait maybe and continue that discussion when we get down to the OEM thing on the agenda later. Other than that, sir, that's all I have. Well, one more quick report, sorry. If you haven't, you need to slide into the old break room because we got new flooring in there.
Thought there's an echo in there now,
Good. Maybe we
bouncing
can-
off the floor.
Maybe us old hard of hearers now can start hearing, but yeah, I thought it looked good. I thought the guy did a great job. Dave came in over the weekend and assisted with the refrigerator, and he had all the chairs out, and then they took the table apart. I didn't assist because I was headed to Denver for the meeting, but I think it went well.
Commissioner Kanda.
Yeah, since we're talking CCI, it was a good meeting. Found out that the Grand County chairman had no idea he had free money with lactic.
Isn't that crazy, that local assistance?
And there's only 27 counties that are taking advantage of it so far that have applied, what I understood. So
Yeah, and it's not available to all counties, only to Pill County.
that's right. And so anyway, that's interesting. We got our hand in there and we're doing our thing with it. That's good. And then had discussions on broadband as well up there. And there's money out there. Dola's got money. Everybody's got money. And so it changed our program a little bit to the better on our broadband program with 2 towns. So I'm trying to schedule a meeting. I've got Jennifer will be working that with 2 clerks. They'll be getting a hold of you on when we get Silver Cliff, West Cliff, and us together, just to get a summary of where we are and what's going on, because now there's more grants available and it's going to be more beneficial. Also, talk with the upper arc governments that, Fremont County primarily, about teaming with us, and they're all excited about that because you get better tracking with more grants, the more communities you can plug in. Orfano County wants to team up with us. That's good. So we'll get a rundown. It's before Christmas is when I want to get this done, and we'll have to be in the next couple of days, but we'll do it in the evening at town hall. As soon as Kathy and Jennifer coordinate and see how we'll send them around the notice and we'll figure out who can do it.
Did you talk to Carmel?
Oh yeah, I can't help but talk to him. He's doing a good job of junkyard dogging things. He really is good at that. And the other thing was our airport grant and reimbursements. Are you working with Braden on that? Because we're going to submit for the surface treatment we got out there. That's a 400 and what is it? How many $1,000? 200 something thousand.
Yeah, it was around 224,000. There was a resolution back in August that approved that expenditure.
Now we're going to get reimbursed.
There are some questions Braden is working through before he releases the check. It's just out of the abundance of caution with the size of the check.
Right.
So as soon as he has those answers, he'll be.
And I can submit it and we'll get a check back or them from the CDOT aviation guy. And and the other one was a previous check also that, did you find that, did you resend me the $25,000 one that we're getting.
Yeah, I did not resend it yesterday, but I sent it to you, but.
I know
I'll
I've
resend
got
to you
it.
now.
Get both those. And other than that, and all the meetings, that's, Fremont County did agree that if we do transport to prisoners, they're gonna take it. And $120 a head, basically, unless they go to the hospital and they're on our dime to guard, and do things. So that's down the road when and if we get busy on working with the sheriff on how to transition. And that's all I got for now. I know I'll come up with something.
May I follow up real quick?
Yes.
Bill, what you said made me think of something. Do we have that consideration on an agenda? In the jail?
I believe it's on the 29th, correct?
Well,
Okay. Yeah, I think they're working on initially an MOU. Of course, we'll have to get to an IGA eventually, but he said they were hammering out an MOU for us to look at. Fremont County was.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Bet. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for attending CCI in my stead.
Well, you were looking at fruit stands, I understand.
Fruit stands and dolphins and a few alligators here and there, so. Thank you, gentlemen, for going. Sounds like it was very productive. And then I would just speak real quick on our mediation yesterday. We did come to an agreement and have an MOU signed. The actual finalized paperwork will be forthcoming shortly. And
For what?
What's that?
It's for the lawsuit.
For the lawsuit with the Tribune. And so when everything is said and done, then there will probably be more information. So at this time, there's still papers to be signed and things to be done there. And I wanted to bring that up. Okay. Attorney Smith.
Well, that's since our last meeting, I worked with Kelly just a little bit on the resolution for setting the office hours. She had all the information for me, so I just put it in the format for a resolution. Been working with Dorothy in planning and zoning. Several issues have come up that I've talked to her about, and she's working on them. I went ahead and prepared the first draft of a proposed press release for planning and zoning, basically to let the people know that because of the number of violations that Dorothy has discovered, planning and zoning finds it necessary to become more proactive and taking a zero tolerance approach to a lot of these violations. I sent that to Dorothy and to Jennifer, since Jennifer's our PIO, and I mean, she said what I knew, it's what a lawyer does. It was way too wordy, so they're gonna try to pare it down and make some sense.
And the lawyers talk is way too wordy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I realized when I, had like 4 pages or so for a press release. Maybe it should be a little bit.
Got to prune it down a little bit. You don't get paid by the word.
But it's in capable hands now. So that's why we got Jennifer on board. And if there's any, I guess that's about all I had to report this morning.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being at the hearing yesterday.
And I was present for the mediation session yesterday.
Um, so just to give you up to date on what I've been working on is working on the LATCF rough draft workflow. Once I have the rough draft, I'll be sitting down with Braden and we're going to work together and make some adjustments. Marilyn Stolfitz, who is our temporary cleaning person, she is doing a good job. I've had a couple of our people in our building let us know that she is doing well. She was not able to get into the courts. I think that the key that I haven't been able to find out what's going on, why the court offices haven't been getting hit. I think it's because of the issue with the key. Also, I've been working on collecting the letters of interest for the boards. Whenever you go into your Google Drive and you go to the Share With Me Commissioners Office documents, then you will find a board appointment folder, and then I have all of the different boards in there, and you will be able to see a spreadsheet of who's on the board, and I'm working on gathering all of their contact information, so we have it easier to be able to access. As well as any letter for each board so then you can start reviewing them now and don't have to wait until the 29th to see them. I also spoke with Braden about the job descriptions and policies that you were wanting to work on in 2023. I asked him if he would like my assistance, and he said, sure, but I want to make sure that it is okay with you all, that when he talked to different departments, he already had, a lot of the departments already have rough drafts of policies and procedures for their different departments. If it is okay with you, can I help him with the first step in gathering that information? Of course, that's with your permission. And then he'll figure out what the next step is. Is that okay with y'all?
Makes sense to me.
Okay. The flooring is done in the kitchen, but wanted to point out that the cove base around the edge was not done. I don't believe it was part of the bid. Was wondering if that is something that you might want to consider whenever they do the courts, because it's looking pretty rough. And then also because that plank is touching the kitchen, do we need to go ahead and get it ordered now, even though we were waiting until January to make sure there's not a die lot issue or an availability issue and holding off in the order? So just food for thought. If that's something you want me to do, let me know. Then I did reach out. Yes.
No, I was gonna ask, Vern, can you come here?
Reached out to the sheriff and Clint regarding the IGA and resolution for the jail, and they're working on it. And then also received a fourth quarter payment for CTF funds in the amount of $12,526.56, which is higher than what we projected by almost $2,000. And I'm working with Clint and Dorothy on the press release for
2067.
2267.
so. There's my update.
That's all we list today.
I know, sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay. To public comment, if anybody has anything they'd like to comment on at this time that's not on the agenda, feel free to do so at this time.
At this time, talk about old business or not yet?
Well, what is the issue?
No, I wanted to follow up on my report from a couple weeks ago, looking for a vehicle for IT. Would that now be the perfect time, or?
Yeah, no
You
reason.
could go ahead and go then.
So I worked with Rick, the mechanics over there, and I think one of the old sheriff's vehicles would serve us really well. It's an old Durango. With your permission, we can move it from their inventory over to the IT department. We can start outfitting it for all of our IT work.
They say it was greased up and ready to go.
It's old, but it's still got some life in it.
Yeah, that's my question, because in my conversations with Vince, he says that their belief that those vehicles probably need to go. And
There are several that do need to go. This one was when I talked to the mechanic, it seems to be the most mechanically sound and doing pretty well. It only has 160,000 miles on it.
That's half of what I got on mine.
I know, right? I average 250 to 300,000.
It's a new car.
So.
I think it's worth the risk. I don't have a problem with that. All worst that can happen is it breaks down and we get rid of it.
I mean,
Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, a mechanic reached out to me last week before I left and expressed some concerns, and I said, you know, certainly, I guess that's a conversation and a decision that you and Vernon need to make, but I said, I think Vernon's gonna have some money to cover the repairs if they are needed, i.e. a transmission or tires or whatever. I said, if he's willing to fund that out of his IT budget, I said, I don't have a problem with it, but I said, if you as our mechanic feel like it's not wise to put either one of those vehicles back into service, then let's get rid of them, we'll do something different.
Understood.
And he said he would have that conversation, which I'm assuming he has with you, so. I told him, and I still believe, if we can put a vehicle into service in a reasonable condition for $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000, it's cheaper than going finding another one.
Absolutely. It's a smart
A
thing
used
to do.
vehicle we don't have any history on, so.
We got all the
although I do
records.
support getting rid of this stuff when it's at its life end and not hanging on to it, but I think this might be an exception to that. So.
So, yeah, in that light, I guess I would say just, I would highly encourage great participation between you and Road and Bridge on that, so that,
Okay.
everyone is on the same page,
Okay.
on that. So, and if they feel that there's one that can be done, I would agree to that. So I just want to make sure that I don't want to have them telling me these need to go because we can't work on them and we're not going to work on them anymore. And then you telling us, well, there's one that I think we can make work, and then we're kind of in a conundrum there. So that's my concern.
Remember, as a counterpoint, the old sheriff's truck that became a coroner truck, they said, you know, take it out to the landfill and shoot it. And I've kept that thing going for 3 years now. So there's some life left. I did test drive everything that actually ran. And this one's the best. It's better than anything I had. So hey.
Yeah, I'll support it. I think the final decision really needs to be our mechanic's decision. So.
Okay,
Go for
I hope it
it.
works.
Yeah, so
thank you.
Make it so.
if they will agree to it,
Okay,
and
I'll touch base with them this afternoon. Thank you.
Yep.
okay. And I did not see any other hands
No.
up or anything a minute ago. Thank you, sir. That takes us then to unfinished business, which we kind of dealt with there. Any for you?
Down here.
Okay. New business, item A, consideration of resolution for the county office hours of operation.
Who's running this show?
Chairman,
You have that in your packet.
Got it.
That would be Custer County Resolution 22-25.
25.
And I believe, have you gentlemen had an opportunity to look through that?
Yes, and I move that we accept the resolution 2225 for Custer County Political Subdivision, State of Colorado, establishing office hours for all county offices and departments.
Second. I have a motion on the floor to accept Custer County Resolution number 22-25, establishing the office hours for all the county offices and departments. Any discussion?
is this going to be attached to it, Kelly? Do you know?
No,
They spell it out in
Yeah,
here, so it's
yeah,
pretty
what here?
plain.
And I think by statute, we have to do this resolution every year. No?
No,
Okay.
Now, it says in there that this will remain in effect until and unless it's modified or
Right.
amended by future boards, so
Yeah,
this is
All
good.
the resolutions that can do.
I saw that last sentence. That's what made me ask. I didn't know if we had to do it every year.
No, I mean, Kelly asked me that too, and there's no reason to, as long as the hours stay the same.
Less you jerk the public around, the better. They better stay the same
Yeah.
for a while.
So, but Kelly had all the hours and everything, so it was real quick to put it together.
Matter of fact, we had questions on that already. Really with vacation hours and county hours, et cetera. I think you did a good job answering that. I just read it.
Thank you.
So. It was absolutely news to me that the public health office was open from 9 to 4. Thought that was a little bizarre.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, you may.
9 to 4 is when they're open to the public, but they are open from 8 to 5. Because before we put that together, we did double check. So.
That's been the case. He's been open and on later or earlier without it being open to the public. So it's nice to get it published.
Yeah, so these are just public
Have to
hours, not
Get
working hours.
vaccinations out of the refrigerator and do whatever they got.
Because they have to thaw and they have to get it ready, or they would end up not being able to do vaccinations at 9 a.m. That's what I was told.
I guess that'd be a board of health decision, wouldn't it?
If you want to change it. He's operator. He's got the latitude to do that. We don't like it, we can talk to him later. Anyway, I don't have any other issues, with it.
Anything else? Then,
No.
all right. So we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-25, establishing the office hours for the county offices and departments. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
I,
Motion carries. Next item will be the consideration of the resolution for county offices holiday schedule for 2023.
we're gonna sign this one, you pass that around, or what do you want to do?
2023 or 24, Mike.
Writing this resolution.
Yes.
Wait a minute here. Holiday, says 24 on the sheet.
He was talking 2023,
I know. Not this.
the year 2023.
Oh, okay, I thought resolution. Oh, that makes sense. He said resolution, then, all right, got it.
Well, that will be resolution 22-24, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the 2023 official holidays for the employees of Custer County. Yes, sir.
Thanks. This is what we worked out, right? Nothing changed. I move that we accept the resolution 22-24 establishing the holiday hours for the official 2023 official holidays for employees. Custer County.
Second.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-24. Establishing the official holidays for the employees of Custer County. Discussion.
Good one.
Thank you for taking the lead, getting that done. Jennifer, thank you.
You ever have a resolution in color? Looks pretty good.
First one.
It is. Easy to read.
You have something else, sir?
No,
Okay.
thank you. I thought I had a question, but it's pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Hearing no further discussion. Seeing no hands. Those in favor of adopting resolution 22-24, establishing the holidays for the employees of Custer County, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next item will be the consideration of the sheriff's contract with the town of West Cliff. You have that in your packet as well.
Do we know if the sheriff's department is gonna be represented here, or do we want to just take action on this?
I think they were happy to.
Kathy and Eileen both brought these over. And they said there was no changes on them or anything, and everybody was good. So
I did review both the contracts with the towns, and they're basically the same thing that's done every year. They just plug in the new dollar number and it changes it all, but other than that, everything was fine.
I would move we approve the contract with the sheriff's department and the town of West Cliff in the amount of $56,500 to be paid in a quarterly installment.
I'll second
56,500.
500.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept the agreement between the sheriff's office and the town of West Cliff in the amount of $56,500. Any discussion?
it. Not from me.
No, I was gonna ask Clint, depending on what our decision is about the jail, shouldn't affect this, right? Because it would just be transporting any
No,
prisoners, whether it was from Silver Cliff or West Cliff, right?
right, yeah, no, this contract to provide law enforcement services isn't affected by, what they might do as far as a jail facility.
Yeah, it's for law enforcement services, it doesn't say
Right.
specifically anything about the jail, so I'm good, sir.
You said you had none?
Yeah.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, hearing none, those in favor of approving the contract between the sheriff's office and the town of West Cliff in the sum of $56,500 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
you want this to sign now, or you want me to give it to you afterwards?
Well, I'm good now.
It's
got the other.
both, just Kevin,
Oh, it is, okay.
that's both, so.
You got the ones we already signed to give to Kelly.
And there's 3 of them of.
Oh, well, maybe we'll do it later then,
Okay.
What?
up here. You wanna wait?
Yeah, I can sign these on a break.
Okay.
Next contract will be the contract between the sheriff's office and the town of Silver Cliff. And the sum for that contract is $23,870.
Yes, sir. Also, paid quarterly.
I move that we accept the contract presented for the Silver Cliff report for law enforcement sheriff in the amount that you just stated, which is, where did it go?
$23,870.
There it is.
I will second. I do have a motion on the floor to accept the contract between the sheriff's office and the town of Silver Cliff in the sum of $23,870. Discussion.
Today is the last day we could have entered into that contract.
Good thing we're here. Saved by the bell. You can go home peacefully tonight, Steve. Knowing that you're protected.
Okay. Not hearing any other further discussion here. Public comment.
Steve,
Those in favor of approving the contract between the sheriff's office and the town of Silver Cliff in the sum of $23,870. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, next item will be the consideration of the Alpine Lodge liquor license renewal.
I would move that we approve the application for the renewal of the liquor license for the Alpine Lodge.
I'll second
Okay, a motion on the floor to approve the renewal application for the retail liquor license for the Alpine Lodge. Discussion.
it. None here.
Anything, Ms. Kell, out of the ordinary standard business, no complaint?
No complaints. Have 2 checks, one for the state, one for the county. Everything looked good.
A little easier than the last one.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Any further discussion?
None here.
Okay, not seeing any hands online, nothing here in the room. Those in favor of approving the renewal application for a retail liquor license for the Alpine Lodge signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Next item up will be the discussion with the attainable housing regarding the use of county-owned land in Silver Cliff. So you gentlemen are up.
You need help getting up.
Well, some of us are older than the last time we talked.
Yeah, yeah.
Happens every day.
Well, and some of us annually, yeah.
How are you?
Well, considering up until last week, I was at locations where the temperature was about 50 degrees warmer than it has been when I came back.
Like you and Kevin
Oh,
are
it's nice to
visiting.
get back into the cooler climates.
Well, cool and dry, yes.
Mhm.
To bring everybody up to speed, we are being supported through a CHAFA funded technical assistance. Our second thing with the goal of getting an RFP out early in 2023 for the sale or development of the property that the county's got in Silver Cliff. And a couple of we're meeting actually around holidays and vacations. We're meeting weekly with the consultant to develop that. And a couple of the issues that have come up have to do with ultimately the cost of development. And one of them is, as indicated here, was a question of what's the position of the county as far as including the acreage, the lots we've got, whether the bottom line comes down to it, is the county willing to donate those lots at no cost to the ultimate development, and to keep the goal that we're trying to get the cost of development as low as we can to address the workforce cost. That would certainly be a positive contribution.
What are they worth?
Well, we bought the initial 12 lots with LPMR money at the tune of $3,000 a lot. We bought the 7 remaining lots at $3,000 a lot, even though it was a couple of years later. And
I remember.
these lots now, or at least recently, probably had a market value in excess of $25,000 each. So from with, I think it's $56,000 in grants that the county has received support. We've got something that's close, that's worth probably close to $500,000 now. Now, with one of the possibilities with some of the potential grant funding that's coming out of the recent state legislation, there may be a need for matching funds, and we should be able to use the value of those properties as in kind, but terms and conditions are still being identified for all of those grant programs.
So is that what you're really asking for now, is to keep using for grants?
Well,
What are you actually asking?
I'm asking for purposes of the RFQ, will the county donate those properties towards the development?
It's a good question. If I may,
You may.
just my thoughts. It's a problem with affordable workforce housing. If we donate the land, then we're back to zero square one on having any money to put back into buying other land or doing something else. That, as it stands now, that would be a kind of a one and done contribution, right? If we donate that land and we're out. I wonder if we could consider donating or selling the land to the developer for exactly what we have in it to keep our money together. Maybe that doesn't work, I don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a $25,000 lot and we say to the developer, you know what, we'll sell you this land for $3,000.
Half price or something.
Then that's should be still appealing, I would think, to the developer, but maybe not. I'm just throwing that out.
In our initial RFP that we put out a couple of years ago, that's basically what we did. And of course, at that time, $3,000 was, yes, it was a good price for even then, because I think at that time we were looking at the lot value was on the order of $10,000. And of course, we don't have any precedents locally. I guess from other communities and the feedback we've got, that is one of the options, that donating properties. I guess it comes down to what are the long-term goals of the county as it relates to housing, since we basically have no ongoing funding or such efforts. The goal of the current committee is, of course, to get these 19 lots developed. And we don't necessarily, from an individual standpoint, see any life after that, but that's still going to take a couple of years.
So I'm sorry, Tom.
That's go ahead.
Funding for the construction then is gonna be how then? Is the company, you gotta, what's the process really?
Well, the whole idea is to get the RFP is to find sources that will
Take it on as an
take it
investment.
on, and basically and we're looking, since we have no management function, in the best of both worlds, we would look at an entity that would not only take on the task for development and management of properties thereafter, since we don't have any housing boards within Silver Cliff or the county existing.
Now, maybe there's a way to handle it where, they pay later after they have an opportunity to get some return on their investment. And for $3,000 an acre or something like that, maybe it's 10,000, whatever it is, it benefits us all. And that would benefit the county anyway with the development happening. I don't know, it's just a thought.
There's one of the other contractual things we're talking about and that we've heard, and chances are will incorporate it, is part of the idea of keeping the properties from being turned and
Sure.
put deed restrictions for
Right.
deed. And it appears recently, and there's some precedents that in other communities, that a limit is of escalation of 3% a year on price is understood, and that from the consultant's standpoint. And during the recent economic development conference, I sat through a meeting that involved Fading West and a developer in Telluride, and they were looking at 3% per year escalation limit. And then of that 3%, assuming a sale, 1% of that 3% would be directed towards the enforcement of the restrictions that they do. So
what do you think, Charles? The inflation's got it where it's gonna be hard for a contractor to buy things now and make a buck later because it's gonna be awful expensive stuff.
it's worse than it was.
There's a lot worse. Gonna get better, we hope soon, but who knows when, so. something to consider.
Well, my general opinion from a higher altitude look is we bought that land to enable affordable workforce housing to occur.
Mhm.
We didn't buy it as an investment, so I don't have a problem with authorizing the housing board to utilize that land however they see fit and they think best. If we can use it and springboard into some affordable housing that actually going to occur, I would support that.
Well, I think there's a an action, there's a benefit psychologically if the county chooses to donate it towards the effort. I mean, there's no county money involved in it at this stage, but the fact that it would make a very positive impression
Sure.
on the community that.
So maybe the way to go forward, because this is a discussion here,
Yeah.
is for you to go off and come back with something for us to consider a resolution that says we'll donate the land, the value is X. You gotta have the value on it in order to prove to DOLA or somebody that that's what it's worth, and that's what the county thinks it's worth. If that's the case, then we could consider that.
Yeah, we looked at whether it was necessary to have a formal appraisal, and the consultant indicates that, with what the market is, that wouldn't
It's
be
not worth the
necessary.
price.
Yeah,
You can get, heck, I know some of these realtors can do a market analysis and get close enough.
So are you guys moving toward writing an RFP?
yeah, and that's one of the things. It affects a decision on y'all's part as it relates to that and some other aspects that could affect ultimately the cost of development, or some decisions that we need from the board.
And
So
is
you go, go ahead.
sorry. Right first.
Oh, that was just a thought that popped in. Are you going, is Round Mountain gonna donate their taps?
I'm glad.
You know what bad chance means?
I'm glad I got.
Question is, will they not triple the price?
Poor old Round Mountain.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
Oh,
So,
Considering unofficially that the chairman of the board and the assistant chairman of the board are present at this meeting, we're not prepared to make a statement on it.
like a conflict of interest.
But I can tell you we're making progress daily towards the situation where we can again, initiate the sale of
Yeah.
tap fees, early in next year, so.
Because that ultimately affects all this as well. So if they can't get
And
it
we certainly are aware of that. But we also understand our fiduciary responsibilities as board members of Round Mountain. So,
I just had to ask the question.
oh, I know.
Is your technical assistant grant part of it being used to make this RFP happen?
Yes, that's the principal direction, the goal of this. And they're on a schedule that we're kind of dependent on impacting it. But there's actually three issues that are y'all's decision. One is how we want to handle the land disposition. Secondly, is there any possibility for ARPA money funding that could be contributed?
Always a
toward-
possibility.
Well, again, we need to put it on the schedule where
Right,
decision.
you gotta come up with the options. What is available.
And each one of them make significant input to our ultimate cost and our capability of getting a goal of workforce housing. And the third is, will the county support us, not knowing the terms and conditions, but there will be grant opportunities that will require sponsorship. And those are all in the development, but at least an opinion.
What time frame would that happen, Charles? Is that like in the middle of next year? As soon as the grants are being written, when are you gonna start?
Depending upon the particular grant, some of them, there's already letters of interest required.
See, the reason I asked is we've got a process that because Braden has cleaned up the computer stuff now with our new system, with money in, money out, budgets have to be allocated, and we decided to put budgets in people's lines where they need to have for a growing grants and matching grant stuff. I don't know, did we match anything on this? Did we had a piece?
Would we have anything?
We don't have anything for this.
housing?
So it depends on the year, and it would depend on the timing, but next year, and that, I'm not talking late.
I think 2023 is because all of these things have got a short schedule on them because the demand
So
is so.
that puts you in competition, and it's hard to do. But we got other sources now with the active funds and the some other things.
Well, we do have some of the ARPA money set aside for attainable housing
Right.
as well, which could be used, I would imagine,
This is
to
what it's
match
about.
some grants. So that because we earmarked that money to help move the.
But I understand there's still formal action required on y'all's part to
Oh, yeah.
make that available.
That's why you need to
Yes.
come back with a resolution that says.
So if you had one that required a match, we would need to know about that so that we could take that formal action. If the grant came through, so.
Well, the one thing, and it may also have a use of a direct contribution opposed to any grant. Just to give you some information. Steve and I visited Fading West in May. And we've also had some discussion and some clarification of some of their cost. But the reports that we had under the previous technical assistance indicated that the current commercial cost for houses in Silver Cliff in the current market are between 250 and 300,000. Excuse me, 250 to 300,000 per square foot. And we're targeting roughly Faded West for what goes out of their door, work that they can do in their factory is currently someplace in the scale of 140 to 149,000. $149 per square foot, which gives us a pretty good starting point. And what's not included in that is site preparation, foundation, any additional like a porch and any other stuff that has to be installed at the site. But the numbers and adding current and projected tap fees to it total out someplace in probably slightly above $200 a square foot. And we're trying to still get that in, and Fading West has got a contractor that does that site prep and installation.
Just out of curiosity, when would they, what your RFP wise, when are you thinking to start construction? May timeframe?
We would hope that we can put the RFP out the first quarter of 2023 with starting within no more than 6 months.
So if all of a sudden we get oil coming and everything gets rosy, are you stuck with the price, or are you gonna be able to adjust that down to help?
We're hoping that material costs such and interest rates.
Because he'll bid whatever it is now to cover him. So,
Yeah.
and then if it goes significantly down, you don't want to pay more in the square footage.
Yeah, timing's
Cross that one.
timing could be a whole lot better.
Yeah.
But to try to be, and in fact, some of the numbers we got in the meeting yesterday, some of the current issues coming out of the state government are tremendously over subscribed to.
Yeah.
So whether one of the things that gives us an advantage is the fact that we own the property and the effect of that. But whether or not we can compete with the others, but we understand, I think the numbers that the COG reported yesterday on one of the initial deals, it's basically twice the available funds, because this is a statewide issue.
Quick question. Are you planning on having that RFP for the full 19 lots?
Right now, yes, that's the indication. It may have 2 or 3 options on it. And one of the points of consideration is that based on the Max Hansen, who's on our board as non-voting, but is the housing representative for the COG, has been making quite success as far as getting interest for potential homeowners as well as contractual support. And as of yesterday afternoon, we had a suggestion that these 7 lots, the 2, 2, and 3 lots, and pending getting some more input that he's subscribing to as we speak, would be held for support for self-help.
Okay, so to move this discussion then, now if you're RFP to follow, we can deal with that later then. What are you gonna do now that we've had this discussion? You're gonna
Well,
come
we've
back
had the
with what?
discussion. Tell me when we can have a decision meeting, and we'll give you the information to support
You
that
wanna do it,
decision.
as part of this meeting here, the BOCC meeting, or a separate affordable housing goat rope?
That's y'all's call.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion today.
Yeah.
It's appropriate, Mr. Chair.
I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, sir. I would move that we authorize the affordable, actually attainable housing, technically, the Attainable Housing Board to authorize them to include the land in their RFP at no cost to the developer.
I'll say it.
So I do have a motion on the floor to allow attainable housing to include the lots in their RFP, make them available to the developer at no cost. Any further discussion on this?
Does it require clarification, since part of it would be in the self-help program and part of it through a commercial development? Should that self-help also be mentioned, or just,
Are you
just say
gonna
we
write a
can
separate
use it?
RFP for that or no?
No,
No,
that's just their
right now.
partnership. It's to the guy at the contractor.
My spirit of the motion was to authorize you to utilize that land at no cost in whatever.
How you
whatever
deal
that-
with it.
Yeah. Whether it's self-help or,
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Or for the,
point well made.
thank you for asking for that clarification. It's
So
always better.
you have the resource to use as a leverage on the development. It's really important.
It will be nice to see something going up.
Yes,
Or
Or a hole
make that
being
happen.
dug at least.
Going down and then up, I guess. Okay, any further discussion? Any comments? I'm not seeing any hands. We'll see none, hearing none. Those in favor of the motion on the floor to provide the lots, the county lots in Silver Cliff to authorizing an attainable housing board to offer those lots in their RFP at no cost, signified by saying aye.
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 and then if I may, Mr. Chair, and we touched on it a little bit, I just want to bring some clarification to the topic of the local assistance and tribal consistency fund, the dollars that we received. We have on the schedule the earmarked dollars for attainable housing. How much and when we move on that probably would be somewhat directed by you guys.
well, any amount would obviously help decrease the total cost and the goals of getting it more attainable. I've heard a 200,000 number. And as we develop our RFP, we need to basically have a confirmation that is either applicable or not.
Yeah, I think when we had our conversation with Braden about this money, it doesn't have a lot of strings attached to it, but we were hoping that if the opportunity was there, any entity of the county government would first and foremost look at using that money to leverage for grant stuff. 200,000, I don't know if that's the figure, but it wouldn't go very far in building 10 units, but it might go a long way in leveraging some dollars for the grant cycle, so.
And I think if I may, I think that 200,000 that you might be referring to is actually the ARPA funds that are set back for attainable housing and not the LATCF.
That's how I've heard it.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so you're
okay,
talking
that's
similar
right,
items,
yeah,
but different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
kind of.
other money can be used also if we get in a jam.
So the 200,000 has been earmarked out of the ARPA money
Right.
for attainable housing,
That's right.
and that has already been earmarked.
Yeah.
So we can assume that that's available. when-
Yes,
Okay,
that's why we did it, and then this local assistance and tribal consistency fund dollars on top of that.
okay, that one I'm not familiar with.
And so those ARPA dollars that are there
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
would probably be able to address some of the issues you might have moving forward as far as matches on grants. If you can't use, say, the value of the lots in the donation of them, because you can use them as in kind, probably. So if you can do that and then further leverage that with some of that ARPA money on these grants might go a long ways for it.
And I assume that with requiring governmental support for any of the state grants, we could have that support. And again, considering that the land and the 200,000 could be used as matching funds if necessary. And we don't know that that's real or not right now.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, this local assistance and tribal consistency fund dollars from the treasury. We were allocated $828,000. We received the first of two payments, $414,000. At our last meeting, we committed some of those dollars to some entities already, and we retained the rest. The balance of that was 260,000, something like that. I don't remember, it doesn't matter, but and of that total 828,000, we talked about earmarking dollars for affordable housing out of that.
Well, what we're learning is even with starting a baseline of cost like out of Fading West, we still need to get a unit cost netted out with grants and contributions and land. The more we can get it at or below 200,000 per unit, the more likely we are to getting a resultant cost to for rental or purchase of an AW, or what is it, the annual qualification of down to about 80%. And that's what we need at least. And the lower we can get it, and some of these grants that are coming out have got the requirements that you target as much as 50 or so, and 50%. And to hit our teachers, our sheriffs, our clinic help, right, we need to try to drive the net cost down in that range. And it's a moving kind of as far as our development, but the biggest effect that we can have, that we Custer County folks can have on this, have relate to the land, the ARP money, and anything else we've got, and then obviously any state or federal money that comes through DOLA housing or CHAFA has but we need. There's been discussions early on that we might be able to get as much as $40,000 a unit from external funding to help get the price down, and for us to get something that meets our goals of supporting those level of income people. You know, the more that falls into the more the better.
And I hate to rush, but
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
gotta
have to
take
go
it
ahead and
and
move on, so.
Okay,
So
so
we're still in discussion, correct?
Yes, we
No,
are.
I thought we,
No, we haven't voted yet.
well, we haven't voted. I thought we did.
We had the vote.
Yes.
and
Yeah, you voted.
We did.
I thought we
Yeah,
voted and
we did.
you opened it
Oh,
back
okay.
up.
We're back up on the LHCF. My apologies.
We voted.
uh,
Get out of here.
I have one other.
You got what you wanted. You better quit
Yeah,
while you're ahead.
no, we did have a change, and I was offering, we need to have a follow-up visit with Fading West. And I thought we were gonna have a opportunity to on their schedule on the 3rd of January, and late yesterday afternoon, they said, no, that date's full.
Sure.
But I would offer to y'all, if they did offer us a 10 January date, which I believe you all have got a conflict.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to, we could possibly schedule a tour up there on the 24th of January, which I believe is clear, between 11 and 1. And if you all wanted to make yourselves available for that, I think it would be worthwhile. You two of you at least have seen the Indy Dwell.
I was
And-
unable to make that.
Yeah, I'll be in on the 24th, absolutely.
I'll sure try to make that. I'd like to see the other.
Because there's quite a contrast in
But I think
their
I'm-
operating system.
What time is that?
Between 11 and 1 PM, and that's in their location at
Get, why don't you make a meeting announcement, put a map in or an address. Click on it.
and I basically told them last night I would be smarter today, and I would follow up and try to set that up. So,
Yeah.
and chances are we might have some Silver Cliff folks.
So why don't you coordinate that with Jennifer, so we're gonna meeting's real, and then she'll Put a note down.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quick, we
Yes.
also included the $500 line item budget for attainable housing,
Just for general operations.
gas, whatever. That's not a lot, but it's $500 more than we had last year.
500 one we had last. You bet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Steve, thanks.
See you later. Thanks.
Thank you.
You did a fine job representing today, Steve.
Couldn't have done it without him.
Good guy for backup.
I made sure Charles covered everything. Yeah, you would have reminded me.
Yeah.
And I sent you an email just asking you to send me the details of that meeting. Okay.
I will call a short recess.
Yeah, Butch is up, so let's ignore him.
I don't want to do that. I want to be able to pay attention when he's here.
And I gave them a list and an email of things that I would like to gather. So then we can have better records and portion.
That is stuff I do my best to get to do.
On recess.
I can, thank you. Thank you. See you, Kevin.
Oh,
Well, sir. He's got to call a meeting to order, but
Just one second. Now go ahead and shake your hand
Okay,
while they're getting lined up here. What's for Jason, both of the ladies? You good? Jennifer, we're good? Okay. All right, the time is now 10:26 a.m. and I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Next item on our agenda is consideration of the resignation of Adrian Washington as director of OEM.
let's get this moving on with regret. That I can say, no, we don't accept it. But I move that we accept Adrian's resignation.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't either.
Well, let's make a motion and discuss it. Here's his job description.
Can you send is that the letter there?
Yeah, you got the letter.
No, I did not write it.
Thought you had it.
No.
I do it verbally.
Oh,
Hey, you,
thanks, boss. We need a written.
I
Letter.
think you can do it verbally, we're on the record here. And I don't think we need it. in
So-
writing.
I would like.
what are
to
you
do-
here for? I resign.
No,
I don't want to come back to this meeting.
yeah, it's a difficult thing to write a resignation letter. And so I just as soon do it verbally that effective January 3rd. I will be moving on. I've accepted a position with the state of Utah. And they wanted me to be there sooner than later. I have an obligation here to complete the things that I've been engaged in, and that'll give me enough time to be able to do that and to put the county in a good position in terms of the EMPG grant for 2023, and then to finalize the hazard mitigation plan and to the last quarter report for the EMPG for 2022. And then we continue with the plan to interview hopefully sometime the last week of December. That would give some time so there could be some transition between me as the outgoing director and the incoming director of emergency management.
So when I sent the notice out, when you had asked, you made it public, you had also said you would transition time permitting on your new job to come back here and help. And that's still part of.
Yes, they have agreed that if I need to come back and help in the transition, that if
Or
it's your
selection.
desire for that to happen, I'd be happy to do that as well.
Or the selection process. We've done that with other.
Whatever your wishes are, I want to make it as seamless as possible. The transition from my directorship to the new director.
What are you gonna be doing in Utah?
I will be the Southeast Area Manager for the state of Utah for its forestry, fire, and state lands department.
Greg, do we need something in writing for his file or no?
I would defer to Clint if this is what we have. I don't think, I guess if it wouldn't be bothersome to Adrian, it would be great to just have a quick write-up that I'm leaving on this date, and it would be good to have him file that way.
There'd be an issue, Adrian?
You have a copy of what I wrote, just use that and modify it a bit, which
It's
is
not an issue.
To me, it's a little unusual not to have a letter of resignation in writing, so we can put it in file, so we can legally move forward with hiring a replacement. With deference to what Clint said, I'm fine.
We can make it
voting
legal
on it
now, that's
today
right.
based on an old thing, but I'd sure like to see something in writing.
Just a quick short one paragraph thing. that he
Take what I started with, which is modifying. It states what you.
So I can prepare something and get that to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So just job description wise, we're gonna follow that up here,
Well,
so we can talk about that later.
so I would move to accept Adrian's verbal statement of resignation for effective January the 3rd.
I'll say, second.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to accept Adrian's verbal resignation effective January 3rd, 2023. Further discussion.
Well, certainly wish you all luck moving forward. New
Yes.
horizons, that's for sure.
It's too bad it's not a scenic area, you see.
You got every park there.
He does, doesn't he? One of the perks of the
Of course,
job, I guess.
most of the parks haven't got a tree on them.
It's a great opportunity.
Still be visiting the area.
Still,
He's got a house he's
Still
got to
alive.
tend to still.
Still have a house here. Not necessarily any of my business, but it's didn't know.
Okay. Good. I don't have any other comments.
All right, then those in favor of accepting the resignation of Adrian effective on January 3rd, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
thank you, sirs.
I do wish you luck.
Yeah,
And-
and wishes, my friend.
Godspeed, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, job description wise now is up and you've got the new modified, I know you've been working on with Braden. And then I believe this is the current one that you just gave us, right? The Braden's looked at.
The one that I sent out yesterday.
So you want to tell us about it? What did you modify? Anything different than what we got?
Take a look at that.
We put a notice.
Who put this on the agenda?
Who put
first of all?
this?
I did.
So did this come from you, Adrian, or did it come from Braden?
So this,
It was a combined effort.
I asked her to
Okay.
put it on and talk with Braden and Butch to get the correct
I
job
was confused
description.
because I think this actually came to our packets from Braden, and that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
well, and I had a preliminary in your packet and I removed it and put this one in.
Okay.
During this meeting.
and there's already been a tickler out saying opening is coming because of the resignation. So we've got people.
So I'll speak to that real quick. Just because there was that urgency, I guess, given when I first received that email, I went ahead and put in notice to the paper to say that the position would be open, so that way we could get it run. But so far, I've not posted the job description to the website until we had this meeting. So on the website, it simply says that will be available tomorrow. If that's what I put up as a placeholder. And in the meantime, I talked with Christy Coleman and had her overlook the job description, and she said that was essentially the one that she had sent over to begin with, and that she didn't have any problems with that. In that email that I sent, it also included Fremont County's OEM director job description, so that way you could look at that if you wanted to change anything, but seems like a thumbs up from her and whatever you guys.
Same here, and Butch, you got
Yeah,
anything?
it
else to add?
reflects what we spoke about, so yes.
Sorry, just one more thing. The only thing that I wanted to make sure that we did talk about was the salary range, making sure that was discussed. Because the one that was in there was not what I understood this current position to be. And so just
Give us a recommendation. What is it? Should be
I don't have any recommendation. I
50, 55, 55, 60.
I
What?
think the range right now could be 50 to 60, and that would
Right.
hold well until we get a salary schedule figured out. And then the other thing would be just hours of operation to more codify that within the job description.
Is there a rush here?
No.
I sense that we're trying to forge ahead, and you said something about urgency. Is
only-
there urgency, and if it is.
It's a
what is it?
mandated position that you have.
The only
no
rush
lead
was to
director.
get an overlap or a position filled as soon as we can and take advantage of Colin's here and Ken's come back.
I think there's significant interest in the position. Didn't leave you in the blind, and so people have been talking. And so think you have a good candidate pool out there. And I don't see any reason that you need to delay. It's been advertised or been noticed throughout the state through Colorado Emergency Managers Association.
And Cindy, or not Cindy, but Coleman.
No, it's, I talked to my counterparts when they know that I'm leaving. And so it's been advertised statewide. I don't think there's any reason to delay filling the position. I think it's a critical position in the county. And I think there's some good candidates who will be applying. And I would suggest that you continue to move forward with the plan that Braden has in place.
Yeah, I just think it's a little weird that we already have people that are interested in the position and today's the day we're acting on a resignation, not that you don't have the right to tell whoever you want that you're changing positions. I just had this sense that all of a sudden now we're in this big urgent mode to get somebody hired when I don't.
Well, we wouldn't be able to look at whoever applies until after the first year anyway, probably would be tight, that it could have. I don't know why we don't move up forward, Tom.
Well,
No reason.
I'm not opposed to moving forward. I just didn't want to get this, or wanted to ask about the whole thing about this urgency and this. I think it's going to take probably 2, 3, 4 weeks to advertise for it. And,
That's why we want to get it out.
we just move forward. I'm not opposed to moving forward.
Yeah, that's my point, and we just gotta get it out there, because it is gonna take some time, we're gonna get the right, them in, maybe nobody will apply. It's because it's out there, and just, so give this time to work it.
I just want to mention by state statute, you have to have an emergency manager. So if you're not going to proceed in filling the position, then you're going to have to delegate the responsibilities
I
to
don't take anybody's suggestion when I'm going to fill the
No,
position.
no,
the timing. So I'm just speaking of the.
if there's a gap,
Yeah. Not like they're gonna haul it to jail. We don't have an OEM
No.
for 3 weeks because we can't get one. hired.
no, but as long as he's here, it doesn't matter. But anyway, so timing wise, when would you like to post it, Brady?
Well, so my thought, and
Might be a
this is,
With the
we
job.
can do this however we need to. There's a sense of urgency expressed to me, so that's why I'm. The 28th is what I currently have set as the close of the applications. And it's to be in the paper this week and next week. It's also up on Facebook, I believe.
Yes, it is.
And so outside of that, I do believe we received two applications already.
Really?
With a couple others that expressed interest.
Wow.
But that's my suggestion, and if we want to try to do some sort of rolling hire to, or rolling interviews rather, to catch up on the process, if there is any urgency while Adrian's here, or if not, then we can certainly wait until the end of or beginning of next year and move on that way.
I don't see the urgency. I think we need to digest this job description. I think the appropriate question from me to Adrian would be, do you see any holes in the job description?
Absolutely not. I think it reflects quite accurately the job.
Yeah, I think it's good. I don't have a problem with it being advertised. People can apply.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, we got to do that. Do we have the contact information for the OEM association to post it with them?
It's already posted.
With them.
Yes, sir. It's already posted.
Wow.
And it was
Apparently
a-
I've been out of town too much.
Well, and it was a teaser, not as
This-
Ray said, is.
It's a notice, but not a posting at this
Correct.
point.
Yeah, it's a notice that the vacancy's there.
So we need to write a
Until-
vacancy.
Until today, there was no
The-
there was no official vacancy.
Official post, that's why we're discussing it.
It's the same kind of notice that I've sent for any sort of job, but it always just refers to the website.
Right.
And so at this point, the website is saying.
And it should have this job description.
Until Friday. Then we can change that. because the job description is not posted on there.
And that's what needs to be put up with this job description.
So there's been no official posting of
Okay,
the job
that
description,
was my question. So, well,
but the unofficial.
yeah, to me, the
Existing.
job description doesn't have anything to do with the vacancy announcement, right? We need to put out an announcement that we have a vacancy to whatever appropriate places that we can.
So what
Right.
is,
The
is
job
something like
description's
that
a whole
out
different
now or
deal.
not?
I'm sorry, Bill, what was your question?
Exactly what you just said. What is posted? Because you said it was a teaser, but it's
So-
not, it's more than that. It's in the job description announcement. We have a vacancy. Is that what?
It just says that we are accepting applications for OEM director and more, and the job description will be posted at a later time.
So what vacancy notice do you normally post? It's what it is.
But at some point, they always put the salary
Well, sure
and
they-
description, so then those applying know. And that part has not been posted.
Okay. Job description's here. And now we need the salary range.
Yes, and then Braden has asked for a salary range.
In our original,
And who posted all this stuff? Your office?
I posted the,
And I did
sent it to Jennifer.
it's a normal announcement, which is fair. Okay,
Are we gonna advertise it anywhere else?
you got it at the state website level. Is that where it goes?
Yes,
Should.
it's on the SEMA site.
Yeah.
And it's locally. And it's word of mouth. And there's a lot of people interested.
Okay.
Which is a positive thing, you know, for the county. This is a good position. It's a great opportunity for someone. And folks know that.
So,
I mean, who could
yeah,
ask for better bosses to work for?
oh, there you go.
Wait a minute, you're gone. What are you talking about?
So I'm just gonna keep dogging this thing just a second because I want everybody to be clear here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna recount the chain of events as I'm understanding them, and someone correct me if I am wrong. So after you notified Bill, Bill notified us and your office. And at that point, there was a sense of urgency presented. And so you have posted to our, the papers and our website, the job opening notice. And you have posted on some OEM websites.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? At the same time, so that there is going to be a job opening. As of January 3rd.
That's correct.
Okay. And we have not put a closing time on, we have not posted a closing time for these applications at this time. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Currently, it does say December.
January.
So it does say that. Okay, I want to make sure we're all clear on this.
And we can
Well-
absolutely post a correction or drop it all together. And I'll take full responsibility for
I
moving that
don't
forward.
need to do that.
So I just want to get us all so that we've all got the same information and we're all looking at the same things here.
Yeah, I just think it's very weird how this whole thing is happening here.
Here's the issue, Tom, and why I put it out immediately when I got it. You guys got it at the same time I did it, and nobody else had it officially. Except when he's going to the meetings,
What meetings?
all the OEM meetings, the stuff with Christy Coleman, et cetera, statewide. The word gets out, and that's why where the urgency was, because he is going to leave. He's making his personal arrangements to move stuff, getting down, talking to the forester, all that stuff has happened. And so in order to keep it consistent, that was my decision to make sure that we tie it together. because the word was already out. We can't have us not getting something officially from the Board of Commissioners on the website that says it's gonna be coming, could be coming, we're gonna consider it after the first year, whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as, the point was to get some overlap eventually, and it was gonna be awful hard to get him to come back once he's over there engulfed in his job to do an overlap. And to take a lessons learned, he's done an awful lot of work, understanding things that hadn't been done before, stuff that is actually the OEM's responsibility, and not responsible, job processes, et cetera. And it was important to have that around, to have that included in the job description and in his discussion with whoever he's going to help come up to speed. The second part of that was how to participate, just like we do in all our vacancies. We've always had, in some cases, the person that is vacating the office sit in and listen, along with Christie and some others that come up here and do that. But that's why it's there, and I think it's been handled very well so far, in my view.
Yeah, I might just kind of speak to it. It is a little unusual because
Oh, sure.
normally we have a little more notice on
That's right. It was a surprise to me and a surprise to everybody that he was leaving.
That being said, we did get notice. That's fine, but the thing that I think is kind of out of the ordinary is that before we actually had a resignation, we had the job posted.
Very weird.
And I think that's where the questions arise on that. So
And I actually think it's against the law to post a job before you have official resignation. I
May I, gentlemen, please?
find a statute about that,
yeah,
but
May I?
just a second.
the
Let him
whole
finish
hiring
talking.
process now, it sounds like,
It's our process, Tom.
whose process? Ours?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
then
It honestly
Pump
is.
the brakes and slow down and let us make some decisions.
That's why it's on the agenda, Tom, because he did give us time. How many weeks ago was it now? I don't know, 2 weeks ago.
Now, what was 2 weeks ago?
My letter to you and with the total description of what he just said. Each one of us got that, including Braden.
2 weeks ago, huh? Wow.
Mr. Washington, you wanted to speak, sir.
Yes. No, I've worked for lots of agencies, and when a staff person transferred to another agency, it's just quite common to let your associates know that you are leaving. And what typically happens, I don't know what your practices are, is you let people know that you're leaving and they try to fill the position. This is a critical position for the county. And I think what Braden has done is absolutely right on point. There's no reason to delay. The job description is the same job description with maybe a sentence change and a salary information change that you hired me under. So there's no significant difference there. I think it's important. I believe it's important because of the difficulty I ran into when the previous OEM director left, is to have some overlap. And I'm providing the county that opportunity to do that. And what I told Bill, that if your desire is for me to come back and to work with the individual, I'd be willing to do that.
And that's what I posted to everybody.
And I appreciate that. And
I mean, I love
think
this
most of
county. I
that-
just don't want to
most
leave
of
the
that's
county in the
not in
lurch.
question. The only thing is that it is out of the ordinary from what normally happens, and that's why they're
Right, and
questions.
here we
And
are.
it's not that we're questioning you, but we're just wanting to make sure
We're on board.
that everybody is on board. So I guess I would ask you, Clint. Is there an issue where we put the posting out before we officially had a resignation? Or was it an actual posting? Was it a notice that the job was coming open?
Well, I can't really answer that from a legal point of view. I think, you know, the Board of County Commissioners hires and either terminates or accepts resignations and everything. It was, I guess the procedure was kind of putting the cart before the horse here, but I don't see anything illegal about it. But it probably was a little gonna be premature to get the word out there until the formal resignation had been accepted and everything, but I don't have any legal, position on this.
So we had notice, but we didn't have an official notice,
Right.
so. Because we did receive an email from Bill.
On the 8th, which is not 2 weeks ago, it's exactly 1 week today.
That was long, maybe what, I don't.
It's your email dated February 8th.
That's it. And so it seems like 2 weeks because a lot's happened, but the bottom line is it was done immediately. And it's the end of the year where there's vacation and he's transitioning. And so it was important to get the notice out. And by statute, we gotta get it out there. There's no question about
In the
that.
statute, it says we have to put the notice out.
There's a notice that says we have to have an no, I didn't say that. I said there's a statute says we need to have an OEM. But we react on it and being as professional as we can to do it as timely as we can with the organizations that expect to have somebody interacting here. And if he was gone, who are they gonna call? We gotta get a plan out on who's gonna take over and those kinds of things that Butch is gonna work the transition with.
And so you do have a deputy. OEM, you've approved that position as a part-time. He's my assistant, Bill Christie's my assistant, so. In the interim, if you don't fill the position by the 3rd, then one would logically.
Sure.
And I'm gonna use the term assume, knowing what it means, that the deputy would step in to fill the duties of the OEM until such time that you actually hire an OEM. My thoughts, and I think I'm not alone in this, is that I believe the sooner you build a position, the better it is for the county.
I
There's
don't think
consistency.
you get any argument from us about that.
Yeah, I don't think that's in question. Brayden, you had your hand up there.
How we want to do.
Position technically is not hired, but as far as as my office is concerned, that position is an open position. It's not been hired yet, not been filled.
Which
The
position?
assistant.
Okay,
OEM.
so we've got some disconnect there.
And I've not known that position since it was technically created in the budget to be published or anything along those lines. So
How was that handled, Adrian?
That I hire someone. And
Yeah,
train
you
someone,
hire them,
but evidently I'm learning,
and you got it, so did you?
So
I've
So we need
never
to, that's a
had
good, why we
any
need to discuss.
question that finally I've been here and all the volunteers that work for me, that I have to come and get your approval to hire someone that you've already authorized me to approve in my budget.
okay. We're not trying to attack you here. We're
I
asking
don't feel
questions.
like you're attacking, but
Okay,
I
well,
think it's rather,
It sounds like you're getting
We
a
just gotta
little
work it.
defensive. We're just trying to get
may I make a
answers.
statement, sir?
Yes, in a moment. I'm gonna speak first. I'm gonna jump in there and full rank. So I'm gonna ask you two gentlemen. When we created the position in the budget for an assistant OEM, part-time position, that was for the remainder of this year or for starting in 2023?
That's a budget officer question from my perspective. I couldn't answer that. I have no idea.
Do you recall?
I would suggest that it was 2023 because we don't have any
There was,
extra money in the salary line for it this year.
You had him, it was a volunteer.
He was a volunteer in 22.
Mhm.
We had contract labor in the 22
That was
budget
our discussion. Yeah, we talked.
to hire him or any other volunteers. That's what the contract labor is for. It's an EMPG contract. The issue that was brought forth that warranted the change was the liability insurance.
not covered it.
Yes, and that was addressed for the 2023 budget. Braden is correct in that. And so he was already hired as a volunteer under contract labor. That was not going to work for 2023 because of CSDI's changing their policy that went into effect in April of 2022. So it is both a fix for the current situation and it's a correction for subsequent volunteers. So it's a win-win.
So at this time, you're paying him out of your
Contract
contract
labor,
labor line item.
Yes, because that's what was approved in the 2022 budget. And then that changes in 2023.
Okay.
So you got a deputy that can take over now. It's not,
Well,
it's not contract
and the
labor.
resignation isn't effective until January
Right.
3.
Yeah,
At which
Doesn't
time,
have to do anything.
at
now.
which time
That is
he
true.
would officially be,
Well, that's your discretion.
yeah,
I
so.
have no say. in
I'm
that.
I'm just trying to iron everything out
Right.
because it is a little convoluted and muddy, and I want to make sure that we clear everything.
You know, in
In
every
every minute, he is acting as your
If I may,
deputy
in
today.
every position that I've had where you transition from one staff position to another staff position, they have always advertised the position before you leave. So it's not uncommon to do that. A good agency does not wait until your position is vacant before they advertise and move somebody else in the job. That's why you have continuity of government.
And we're not talking
Not
about
arguing
wait
that.
until January 3 to advertise your job. What we were speaking to is the normal procedure here was when we have an official resignation, at that time, we would post it. Am I correct in
That's right.
what I'm saying? So this is a little out of the ordinary is why we are having
And
questions.
if I may, my official resignation was effective the day that I told my supervisor. And we set a time when that was done. So I talked to my supervisor, which was Bill. And in that conversation, I felt it was prudent to go ahead and advertise the position because the word was already out that I was leaving.
And the only opportunity I had to put it on the agenda was today.
Okay.
Right.
Period.
In my opinion, nothing should have happened until today. That's how the real world typically works.
Actually, that's not true because if people do react, but you're right.
Well, they
Normally,
react, but that don't drive us to,
it doesn't necessarily, but in this case, it's prudent. My view.
So, and honestly, I don't think it changes.
It doesn't change anything
at all.
because he's got 2 weeks.
Well, and I would
remaining.
agree with that position. It's just there were questions because of
We can
the
Go forward from here.
process, how this went forward.
If
And
we accept it today, that can still follow the normal process. We'll go and advertise it. Officially, not a problem. And his word of mouth thing, that's one of the reasons I rushed to get it on an agenda. I could have waited till after the first of the year. Everybody knew he was going to retire or resign. But it made sense to get it now and we can get the advertisements finalized and move forward.
so I think for Clint's statement and everything, I think I am good with it. I have, it did operate outside of our normal operating procedure. And so some of us were not aware that it was already posted up there, so a little bit of lack of communication, that's not on your part, sir. We had a breakdown in some communication amongst ourselves. But that doesn't speak to you. I would say that. Mr. Flower, are you prepared to address the job description today?
it's what I'm pulling up right now, sir. Give me just a second.
I think I would like to, myself, I would like to go ahead and address it today if we can.
Me too. That's why it's on the agenda.
Let's see. So the agenda says consideration of advertising the position of OEM director, correct? Do I have the right agenda?
That is
That's it.
the
And
agenda.
have we already advertised for the position?
Yes, I just sent an email of what has been sent out.
And so we're not considering it, we're ratifying it. If the advertising has already been done, there's no point in us considering it. That's
Well,
what
we're
irritates
ratifying
me.
Valid point. I would,
I'm still trying to pull that up, sir, sorry. I'm not opposed to considering the job description, obviously it needs some attention, no question.
so. So at this point in consideration of how it is posted on the agenda. Consideration of advertising position, it has been posted. So I would actually make a motion that we ratify the posting of the OEM director.
I'll
position.
second it, and I want to make a comment about that. So just to make it clear to the public who doesn't, I don't want to confuse here. It was my understanding that because the vacancy was known because of your interactions with people that you professionally work with, that it was important to get something posted immediately. That's why I had considered advertising the position. At that time, it wasn't posted officially. When did you post it, Braden? It was a few days ago or whenever it was.
Monday, it was
Monday. So that's 3 days ago. So there you go. So now if we can change that, we'll call this consideration of ratifying. It's fine with me, and that's what we just did.
That's the motion on the floor. So any further discussion on that motion? Anything online?
Let me look.
I see nothing. Anything from here in the room?
No.
So those in favor of ratifying the advertising of the position of the OEM director signify by saying aye.
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 Nay,
Motion carries by a 2-to-1 vote. So we still have in front of us, as part of this, the job description to go with that.
So that's
does it go with it, or do we need to bring it up later?
the question I was just gonna ask Braden, because this was considering posting it. So what do we need to post it now?
I'm not quite
You-
sure what's being asked.
Uh,
Its job description has not been posted.
That's
The
my point.
notice has been put out.
You gotta know, it was advertising the position. I'm asking the question to advertise it correctly. We need this, right?
As far as I'm concerned, we just need to add the job description. to
Right.
the website. And the salary and make any changes to what has already happened if we want.
And I would agree with Braden on that, because when you advertise the
Gotta
position
know
by
what-
law, you have to advertise
The salary.
salary is. And we did not want to do that until you had the
And if-
opportunity. to-
That's right. And if you wanna, if we wanna take the time to do that right now, we can, or we can do it, have you. Put together what it is actually gonna look like on the website, and we can,
Well, and that's what you have
That's what
before
you
you.
have.
That's what
Right.
you have. All you have
where's
to
the
do,
salary go?
honestly, sirs, is approve what we
Okay,
submitted, which is
Oh, wait a minute.
the salary change.
I fully realize that. So,
Point of order, sir.
yes,
First of all, you don't get to tell us what we need to do or don't need to do.
I'm going to step out. Thank
Thanks for
you.
coming here.
the-
It's not on the agenda. I'm not opposed to taking it up as an additional item of business. Somebody needs to assume a role of leadership here and follow some kind of standard protocol about how we hire people. We're out of control right now, in my opinion. So I've already voiced it. I don't know what the big panic is.
okay. Given that, there's no point beating the horse here. Let's go forward with where we are. We just voted to post the advertisement. So if it takes 3 weeks or 2 months, I don't care, Tom.
Okay,
I really don't. I care that it was done timely, that we got the data, that Braden did a great job getting the thing together and Jennifer. And now all we have to do, if we want to take the time right now to go forward, or we can delay it as long as we want, not you want or I want, it's what we decide. And so if it's important to have the salary on there. That ought to be fairly straightforward. We got a salary we're already paying. Do we think it's worthy less or more? We want to get into that discussion.
I would be of the opinion, Tom, that the job description is part of the posting.
Mhm.
So I would say, I would defer to Clint's opinion on that, but I believe that this would fall under this, advertising the position of the OEM director on the agenda.
Mhm.
I defer to your judgment, sir. You're the chairman.
Clint, do you have an opinion on that?
No, not, I really, there's no
It's a legal
opinion
thing
on
about it.
this. It's talking about procedure here. And that's your department, or how you want to handle this.
Okay. I would be of the opinion that when we post a job, it includes the job description. At this time, it does not have the job description. It said it was forthcoming. We do have this in our packet to go along with this. I would,
Are you saying post it the way it is, or after we have an opportunity to massage it?
if we would like to massage it, then now is our opportunity to do that.
And I've looked at this. I'm happy with it. I know that it was coordinated with the OEM director at the district level, Christy Coleman, who made a point you heard earlier that this is exactly what she had before, what her recommendations were.
Did she have one line that she had a change on?
She
For
did
that,
not, Adrian did, but there was a CES meeting that wasn't in the original job description.
That's right.
The CES. meeting.
And he's got that, the third, fourth bullet
And
now.
that was deleted from your job description.
Yeah, you lost me. Sorry. You want to come up? That's all right, Mr. Chair.
by all means,
Here's a hard copy.
hoping that would happen.
Wrong distance.
So, the job description that you all have received, to my knowledge, the only change that's happened from the original job description that Adrian was operating under is that he had suggested that the posting of CES meeting minutes would be removed from that. And that's the one that you see is with that removal there.
So it's gone. We're not seeing it. And who's gonna do the minutes then?
That's what they worked out with Christie. I don't know what that was, but then this bullet was modified and she had reviewed this, I believe. Right, what she coordinated with Adrian,
She has looked over this. I don't know if there's coordination or not, but
looking over it is coordinated.
when I asked her to
Go
look
ahead.
over it from my side, it was.
Yes, ma'am.
When Adrian came in with this job description, he explained that the way that the minutes were, the way that it was reading was that the job of the OEM director was to post minutes from that meeting onto the Custer County website. And he did not, his comment was he did not feel that that was necessary because it's a fire group, not a county meeting.
Right.
Well, CES is not a fire group.
Or, well, that
It
was
is
the
a
way.
countywide meeting for every emergency service. in the county.
That's what he meant by that.
Well-
So who's leading that? Who's doing the minutes for that?
I don't know. I didn't, I'm just, that was the way it was explained.
And so if that's the case, then that probably should go back in there. Because it's Custer Emergency Services is a Custer County group.
I think what was his point was it was a statewide thing that put on it or not? Well, I don't understand that either, because the way he explained it to me, it was at that other group, I level, I wish he was still here.
But it was my understanding that is it CES is not
Custer
something
County.
that is not a place on our website. So, it's a meeting that he
It's
attends
unique to that group,
to that group, but it isn't something that
is
like the
necessary.
tourism board that posts
Right.
their minutes.
It was an internal thing to it,
That was my understanding.
right? Well,
What's my opinion, the OEM director should chair and run the CES.
he is,
Okay, then let's put it in here.
says there, chair and facilitate monthly meetings is in there.
Okay, can you give me some?
Four bullets
direction?
down.
Essential duties and responsibilities, bullet point number 4.
4 bullets down.
Well, it might be 4 bullets down, but I'm not sure what page you're talking about.
First page, job description.
Under essential duties and responsibilities.
And that's an internal meeting. It's similar to our 911 meeting. We don't post it on the Custer County website.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood. I see what you said, the 4th bullet. You took out
I took
posting
out,
of the minutes of the CES meeting?
I did
To
not
the
take out,
website.
To the website.
Adrian did. This is his modified version of what was mistakenly put in there in his view, because there's no need to put it on a Custer County site. It's an internal meeting to that group, but just like the 911 stuff is, we don't post stuff going on in there either. Unless we want it, we can always post anything we want. If we want them to post it, we can ask them to. But officially doing this is, and
Well,
that's,
this is a proposed job description.
yeah,
Where's the original? Do we have it? When I looked this up, I thought this was the current job description that he was operating under. That's not the case.
it's just the one that he did with
No,
Christie
it's not
because
the
it
case.
needed to be updated because of the cleanup that he's done in the office, because there was a lot of confusion from the past. And so he straightened it out and got Christie to look at it to see is this, because Christie had comments on things that were missing too. So that's what my understanding is.
The only thing that he took out was right there on that bullet item, from what he said, was to
Posting,
posting it to the Custer County website.
and it didn't need to go there unless we want him to. We can always post anything we want. I think it's fine. And then later on, if we decide it needs to be posted, we can always ask them to post it. That's not a big deal. Bottom line is the duties of that new OEM, the same as the old OEM, they chair and facilitate the monthly meetings and activities. Prepare agendas, keep minutes of the meetings.
I've asked Vernon to send over the original. I don't
Okay.
have that on file.
Probably got it.
So clearly, I'm aware that the CES is not a county entity meeting. It is a county-wide meeting of all the emergency.
That's
services.
right.
Where would it make sense to post those minutes?
You could ask them, where it makes sense to have all them to have access to it. And it could be on our website, could be with, what does the fire department do for notices on things? They got a website.
Or the clinic or the
or the
school?
clinic
I don't
or-
know, but to me, it would make sense
And-
that those would be posted.
When that would be a
on the
decision
county
of that
website,
group.
right?
And if this is the chair, then during the meetings of the actual operation, that's where you would discuss that. And let them post it where they want. It's not our job to direct it. It's to provide an OEM.
If the OEM is chairing those meetings, that would probably fall under,
But see, that would be under the chair's discretion with the group saying, all right, where should we post our meeting minutes that we can look at? Not us.
if it's a multi-agency group meeting, it's not gonna be individually posted to everybody's.
That's
website.
right. And so where would it make
So-
sense to have a central one located? That's
county
their
website.
choice. No, that's us, that's our opinion. Because they can do that. But we can have 911 posted on there. They haven't asked to do that. And we haven't directed the membership to do that. You know,
Well, I respect your position and I agree with it. Here's my issue. For 5 years, nobody's done anything except bitch about not being able to find the minutes for
That's
these freaking
right.
meetings.
That's why he's trying to
If
break
we
it up.
put in the job description that the OEM's job is to post the minutes of the CES meetings on our website, that clears it up. We can't be responsible for these other entities, what they do or don't do.
If we want, Tom, if we want it done, all we gotta do is decide we want it done.
I would agree. That's why I think it's.
So that's okay with me. I don't care.
I'm just frustrated because everybody complains. They never know what's going on in these CES.
Well, I got upset with it because they were complaining about things that OEM wasn't doing, in fact, didn't need to do, or some that he did. So this is truly, remember, I'm the guy that's been involved with him and making sure that it happened. I got after it. That's why this is a good thing. And if we wanted to add that, that's a good thing
I
to do.
think
I'm
we
all
should,
for it.
because then at least we can say we stepped up and
That's fine.
instructed the chair of the meeting, who's our employee, right?
Right.
To post these minutes where people can find them.
Sure.
That's the whole point to me.
Right, and my other point was that we can always ask anybody to do something after we've hired them as well. It doesn't have to be officially in here to make it real, because we can always add
Other
duties as assigned.
Sure.
It doesn't really matter. And so I don't care if we put it back in there or not, it'll still can be handled as other duties as assigned.
Well, and that, yeah, and you see where we're at. Everybody's pissed off because they can't find any minutes of these CES meetings.
So we
That's why I
could
think it
tell
needs
the
to be
guy
in
when
the
we
job
hire him, oh,
description.
by the way, post your minutes, or we can have it here and you
I would suggest we put that under essential duties and
put it
responsibilities.
in there, Brady.
Prepare agendas and
Post
post
minutes.
minutes of the CES meeting on the county website would satisfy me.
Okay, that doesn't hurt my feeling.
So he's already keeping them. It's not a big deal to post them.
Yeah, we just, if it's all right with you, I can send a message to Vernon and ask him to have a link for CES meeting.
Sure,
On our
on our
website.
way, just like everything else.
Yeah, we
Not a
just
big
don't have a
deal.
place.
All right, anything else? Because I want to move along as well.
Well,
we
we're stuck
still
in the
have,
middle of this agenda, so we gotta hammer it out.
That's right.
Go ahead. I interrupted you, sir. I apologize.
I know that the salary range will need to be addressed. I don't know if anyone else has any other issues in the body of this job description, or
I do.
if you would like to speak to them on the way down, let's
All right,
go
thank you,
down
sir.
through there and we'll.
I don't know where it would be appropriate, but I certainly believe we need to address the office hours thing and put that in this set of job descriptions. People are sick and tired of not being able to find their OEM because he's running all over the county.
His,
So somewhere I would say the office hour, we need to include the office hours.
he's, of course, being an emergency, he can be anywhere, anytime. So that doesn't mean he'll be there when those office hours, but it's nice to have him posted. The normal office is open. It's an 8-hour day job. They're not, he didn't go under the 4-day schedule.
So would you gentlemen be all right with having that listed as?
We post on everybody's job description and office hours on. I don't think so. I think that's just a. Like the end of posted when if they're gonna do it.
Well, I think it's up to us to tell our employees when we
I agree.
expect them to be in the office.
That's right.
So.
So if I may finish. Gentlemen,
Go ahead.
thank you. And it is a question to both of you. Would you gentlemen be agreeable to putting on there? Normal business hours will be 8 to 4, Monday through Friday, with adjustments for emergency operations.
Whatever.
Did you say 8 to 4?
Yes, is that proper 8 to 5?
4-day week?
4 day, no, it's not a
5-day
4-day
week? Well,
week.
5 days.
It's 5-day a week.
we gotta decide these things, right?
So 8. Sir, you may speak.
We just approved the office hours and schedule. Where was OEM?
And OEM was on there.
Okay. Eight to 4. So
On the 5-day, it's under the 5
it's under the
days.
5
5
days,
day.
8 to 4.
Yeah,
And I realize that some of that can be done from home, but we need to make sure that we have people available in the office. If there's an assistant there, if the OEM is not there, the assistant might be able to be there so that we have a normal business hours. In case of an emergency, all that goes out the window and we all realize that.
well, their other duties is not necessarily just a emergency. He's out, fire mitigation, briefings and other things. That's why never have I ever seen in any job description I've gotten, worked with in my professional career anywhere. You put hours in the job description. It's either a salaried position or it's a hourly wage, and the hours are established internally. Once you get on the job, you figure it out. And if you want to make a public notice what's available, that's what we just did officially. So.
Yeah, and on
so
that,
I
it
put
says
it on
that
there.
their
irrelevant.
office hours are 8 to 4, so.
But I'm not gonna argue that.
Put it in here.
Done. We can
You
put it
know, I'm
on there.
not totally
Tom wants
ignorant
to
of the
do-
fact that an OEM manager is not always gonna be in the office. I absolutely detest the fact that nobody can ever find him
Well, that's
because
something
he
that you
wasn't in
work
the
with the
office,
guy
and we
when
need
he's
to correct
here.
that, and we need to correct it now. That's all I'm saying.
Put an office hour on it and somebody's gonna call if they're still not gonna get him. Unless there's some procedure thing that says in event that I'm not reachable by phone, call this number or get a radio and call me on frequency 4. We're not gonna put that in the job description.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you a question here. Do we have hours posted on any of our other job descriptions that you are aware of?
Not that I am aware of.
And may I ask, how many one-man departments do we have?
2-man, we got Dorothy next door.
One man VSO would be the other.
VSO and OEM.
And his job description does not have office hours. He's hired as a full-time employee. Salary or hourly, whatever it is.
Because we could speak to this by this document. Without it actually being posted in the job description. As well.
Obviously, I'm the only one that believes we had a serious issue with these office hours. I'm just trying to correct that. If it's not an issue, then
We had a serious issue with being able to people to know how to get a hold of him and where he was. That is true. But putting it on a job description doesn't change anything.
it
Doesn't
would
help.
change a lot. If the job description said you're expected to be in your office. 40
I
hours a
quit.
week.
I'm done. I'm not gonna argue, Tom. I'm not gonna keep beating this horse. It doesn't need to be on there. So. And we got it posted, so. Let's move forward, guys.
I also believe we better have a serious conversation about moving this position under the sheriff's office.
I'm not gonna do it on this today. You can, we can have that discussion anytime. Let's get this thing posted.
That is spelled out in the job
Yes.
description.
Supervision and accountability. The OEM is under the authority of the county, Board of County Commissioners.
Right.
And reports directly to them on a regular basis.
Until we can have a real meeting and
Where is
discuss
that
it
at?
with the
First
sheriff,
page,
we're not
second
gonna
paragraph.
change this, the job description. I object, period. Or I can
don't
raise
wanna
up a
do
whole
it.
bunch of other things
Yeah.
and drag this on until 5 o'clock tonight if you want.
I don't I'm not proposing we do this without having a discussion with the sheriff's office. You
Right.
Misunderstand if you think that's where
Well,
I'm
what are
coming
you
from.
bringing it up for now? Because we're discussing getting this posted. And right now it is under us until we take a formal action.
Right.
It requires a resolution of some kind and a sheriff to agree. And I'll object to that, by the way, personally. I mean, that's one of the discussions we'll have when we have a meeting to do. Let's not waste people's time in this
Well, I
board of
believe
directors
that-
meeting. Why does it
I
always
believe-
get wrapped around an
Okay,
axle?
so let me address that, ma'am, sir. I'm the one that proposed we didn't do this today because of exactly what
No.
you're saying, Bill.
No,
You want to.
Putting a job description out is easy.
Be done with it.
But
No, I
it's-
don't.
it's easy, Tom.
Yes, it would be easy to have a meeting with the sheriff's department.
No, that's not what I said. You're going back and wrapping us back. I'm not gonna put up with it anymore. I'm gonna, every time we vote on something, we close it and then you bring it up again after the discussion. I'm tired of that.
And this time he brought it up because at this time he feels it is the time to handle it because we are posting a job description and he, correct me if I'm wrong here, apparently feels that now is the time to address it before the job.
And if that happens, then when do you propose to have a workshop with the sheriff and have an honest discussion to get enough input on where that position really belongs? And that would be after the first of the year.
You saying that or you asking?
I'm
'Cause I can
saying
do it
that
this
because-
afternoon, doesn't matter to me.
Well, it matters to me because you know that it does. We have a schedule that we have. And this is not going to change posting it one iota. Because where's the sheriff and where's the discussion? Where's the notice that people can have a discussion where Christy Dune might want to get involved or Christy
Christie
Coleman.
Coleman should be.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So bringing it up now has no relevance. If we get a guy in here and we decide to move him under the sheriff later, has none whatsoever.
I disagree, but
Okay.
that's why we're here.
Mr. Roth, you have something for us?
I'm a little bit behind on the meeting, but point of information. CES meeting minutes and 911 minutes are boards that are supposed to be posted as well.
Right.
We're not getting those, but
But posted where was the issue?
on our website.
Okay,
We-
see,
we
that's
have-
easy.
We created places for both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that
Good.
clarified.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right, I'm done talking, Mr. Chairman. It's up to you, move forward.
Well, that's gonna be a discussion that's gonna take more time than we have today, to your point. I'm not prepared to go into that in the middle of this.
Agreed.
So you want to cancel the posting? What do you?
Did I say that, sir?
I don't
I was still,
know. Okay,
so we have two options. Is what I see here, and I will throw them out. We have option one, which would be to go ahead and post this job description and set up a workshop to discuss moving the OEM under control of the sheriff or not. Or we can delay action on this at this time and have that workshop before we post this, which I'm thinking might present a problem in our posting because we have to have a job description of that posting at some point relatively quickly. Is that not correct? That question is to you.
Totally up to whatever you guys want to do. My other suggestion might be to just put to be determined in that section until that's determined after the workshop. So supervision and accountability would just simply say TBD underneath it.
Because this is gonna be a drawn out discussion on that.
let me make a point on that piece, so we can discuss it.
Go ahead, sir.
It probably doesn't matter whether it's in there at all, because who he works for can always be changed. And so if it's this today, which is where it exists today, no change it. And after he's hired, he doesn't care who he reports to. And then he'll have an opinion. Some of these guys may work for somebody else. And, you know, they're gonna get in here and he's gonna set up an office, and that office is an independent agency that's operating under our auspices right now and interacting with the sheriff. It later can be moved. So it's easy to do.
Bill, I apologize. I didn't mean to get into that whole attack mode. The reason I brought it up is because it's on the job description. We're looking at the job description. I'm not proposing that we change it today. Certainly, I would never support doing it without talking to the sheriff's office. It's the second paragraph in here is why I brought it up. I have my personal feelings about where I think this needs to go, but I'm not saying we have to change it today. I'm saying that's one of the things I think we ought to consider.
I'm good with that.
I think it's fair to have a job posting that somebody is going to apply for the job, that they have some idea of what it's like. Changing from BOCC authority to sheriff's authority, that's a big deal. It could make a lot of difference to people.
You think it'd make enough difference they wouldn't take the job?
I do.
I don't.
According to the conversations I had with our current and former sheriff, man, it's a big deal, but I'm not proposing that we do it today. I'm saying I think that's something that we need to
That's
look
right.
at in the job description. I think the minimum qualifications and the minimum experience, something we need to look at in the job description. Next to the last page, halfway down, is the education experience. Bachelor's degree in one of those three things or an equivalent experience.
What'd you say?
The
Education.
third bullet under minimum education. I'm just, that's where I was quoting from right then. Are we good with that?
Well, I don't have that
Do
in.
we need, should we
Under-
strive to,
Which page?
second to the last, they're not numbered, so I guess it'd be the third page, Bill.
Well, I see minimum education
Yeah.
of 1 year of employment, within 1 year of employment.
Oh, then you're
Minimum education
Oh,
of 2
minimum
years.
education.
right above that.
Above it, okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
At the
sorry.
time of hire.
Yeah, you said 2 down, it's the way the page broke, it was just 1. All right, so yeah, experience with public media, professional office, computer skills, 2 years experience, a bachelor's degree in business, whatever. Or equivalent experience. So what's the issue?
Well, there might not be an issue. It says required, so we're not hiring anybody that hasn't had 2 years of experience in emergency.
That's right.
management.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay, good. Me either.
I'm asking.
I think it's great. The guy needs to know how to run a computer. 2 years, this is what Christie and Adrian went over. And it was what was probably in the last year's one we hired. You got the old one back? Did you find it? Is
When we got sent to everyone
that what you sent?
from Vernon.
Oh, okay, I didn't.
Yeah, I haven't looked it up either.
Yeah, here's Vernon's, right?
Um,
I'm gonna pull it open. Second bullet down. Experience is exactly what they got here. I'm good with it. If that's what they thought that it needed, I don't have any objection.
So. If I may, sir,
By all means.
do you have knowledge, Braden, did Christie talk with Adrian about this yesterday?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay,
All I know, Tom, is that she did talk to him, and whether it was yesterday or the day before, I have no idea. And they discussed it.
You did have an email string with her though.
I
correct?
did send this to her yesterday and.
Yesterday.
And that's, so yesterday they talked,
Yeah.
who talked?
Adrian and her,
Well, that's not my question. My question.
that's what he
was,
asked.
Okay, well, I followed up with Braden. Braden was in contact with Christie. You sent this to her and she sent it back to you. And said that she was okay with, with this
Yeah.
job
Because
description.
it hadn't changed for what she and he had discussed.
So,
Because I talked to her on Tuesday. She had not discussed this with anybody.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay,
because I remembered seeing that in your email. That's why I asked that.
good point. Okay.
100, 200, 700, and 800 on your next section are all requirements for that position that they need to be taken.
That's what's in the old one too.
And to that last bullet point there, chair emergency management coursework, what does that mean? If they give me, if they have a certificate from one class, because we're talking about required here, right?
Have to ask Butch because that's a coursework. There is.
CPR and first responder certifications, emergency management coursework. That is a very vague description. So that fourth bullet point has no deliverables.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I'm asking.
What I've taken a couple of these courses as PIO. And I did get a certificate once I completed them. I don't know if that helps.
Given by,
FEMA.
Butch. What's emergency management coursework? Under licenses and certifications required. On the job description, it has license or certification required and has emergency management coursework. Does that just mean the guy coming in here has worked in the emergency management field and has taken some courses in anything? It's the courses required by FEMA, which are on the job description. So if the like those are courses that are meant to be completed in the first year, he said.
that'd be the 100, 200, 700.
That's right. Those are those ICS 120s, et cetera. ICS 100, ICS whatever. So those are what are required. They got to be this. So that's what he's saying. A minimum education need, and then it's required to do the coursework. What it says. That was something that was on the old description and the new one, and you agreed with it, and you and Christie discussed it. Yes. And all those are all everything that they're all the emergency managers statewide are doing. And it's this description from that. Okay. All right. I know. Well, I've got the old one up already read and we're comparing the two and we're good. This was a little confusion there. All right. Thanks. Starting when now? Okay, he's in a meeting at the school that was scheduled. All right, well, if we have anything else, I may text you. Bye.
So that's already spoken to on the 1 year, within 1 year of employment, then if we require it then to have it at the time of hire, that's.
It's part of the requirements, so.
I think we should remove it.
I would remove that because you're saying two different things there.
Already there. But
They're not gonna hire somebody if they don't have a CPR and a first responder cert, huh?
Says it's required.
Um,
That makes sense, though.
Those are easy
You
enough
wouldn't
to
want to
get.
hire somebody like that.
those are easy enough to get and have. Well,
That's something we could talk about with the way you handle that would be to waive it if everything else is perfect and he's the greatest guy in the world. That's what we did with the public health directors in the past. Or even on here, it says within a year.
Well, this doesn't say within a year, it says that it's
And that's what I mean,
required
and-
for us to
And
hire.
I would
them.
leave it that way, exactly that way, because well, why would you want somebody running the show that's gonna be out there that didn't have that? And if you came in here and said he tried, we have a choice at that time, because it's our discretion, because we're the hiring authority. You either say, no, we said you didn't need it, or because you impressed us enough in other ways, then we can provisionally hire you. You get it done in, 2 days or whatever how quickly you can get those things done. That's why I would leave it alone.
I think I would be good with leaving that in. If they're coming with
Absolutely.
OEM experience and all of that to begin with, they should have that in place already.
Well, they should, but if this board considers hiring somebody without a current CPR and first responder certification, I'm gonna raise hell about it.
That's right. So that's why we're leaving it in. Unless there's some,
Well, no unless, it's in here, there's no unless to it.
That's
my
right.
point.
my point is you can change it anytime you want, Tom. And then I would take that firm stand and say, I'm not gonna hire you. And if we only had a guy applying and we needed it to be done and he impressed us otherwise, you can change that. I want it left in, period.
Well, then let's leave it in if that's what you want. I'll guarantee you, I will hold us to the letter of this
So will I.
description.
So why?
I don't see why it couldn't go under within 1 year of employment. It would be in there and then it would open up both sides.
No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because this is a senior position. It should be there and it's needed when he's there. And if we let everything be first year, where are you? It's you're hiring a kid out of school. That's not the criterion. We're wasting time interviewing people.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by senior position, but I agree with you.
Senior's a director level. I mean, this is the director of and has experience. We're looking for persons that experience so they can coordinate, hit the ground running. We don't want to hire somebody that doesn't even know what's going on or have the certification.
Okay.
Well, I believe that it's of a critical nature that, yes, they should have it. I agree, gentlemen, that it should be in here. I would challenge us if we end up with two candidates and we really like one, but he doesn't have a current CPR and we hire him, guess what that does to us?
We don't have to hire him, Tom.
I said, if we do hire what we think's the better candidate, but he doesn't have a current CPR, then we've just violated
Well,
what we said we were gonna do.
that's right. But we have the authority to do that if we wanted to. My point is leave it in there. I'm not working on what if.
You can also, if you have a situation like that, require them to have it before they are hired, before they come on board.
Well, that's what we're doing here.
It's a half,
That's
it's a half
exactly what
day
this
to
is.
get your CPR and
Just like we did Dorothy, we hired her and she got her certification before she did. I mean,
So-
Yeah.
leave it alone. Why are we talking about this?
Well, because we're in a train wreck. We're trying to fix some issues that we've had, particularly with OEM. We're not gonna hire
I was
anybody from out
proud
of
of-
state if they don't have a current.
That's
driver's
okay,
license.
Tom.
I'm asking the question. Somebody from out of state comes in here, we're not gonna hire them because they don't have a current driver's license in Colorado.
Okay. If that's the criteria,
It is, right there, first bullet.
that's easy. Here's what, you never moved from state to state. You cannot drive in a state on a driver's license from another state. You have, by law, you have to change your residency and it's a tax thing more than anything. So that's all that means. Eventually, he can't keep operating with an invalid license, basically. That's a criteria.
This says, in order for us to hire them, they are required to have a current Colorado driver's license.
Piece of cake.
Okay. I don't want to hear it when we have an applicant that's moving here from Maryland and he doesn't have a Colorado driver's license. He doesn't have to get it for 90 days.
And we don't have to hire him. Or we say 90 days, fine. Those are things It doesn't matter, I'm not gonna argue that.
I get that you say we have the authority to keep changing them, Bill.
But I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm just saying we're wringing our hands over something. I'm done. That's okay. I'm done. Talk. What else?
I think it's
What
a
else is
mistake.
debating?
That's my
You, what is it?
point. I think it's a mistake to say in here, we're not gonna hire you if you don't have a valid Colorado.
It's a
driver's license.
requirement. The OEM office, go talk to Christie. Listen, I'll find out. Well, you want to call Butch up and we'll find out why that's a requirement officially. Because they didn't put it in there to make it up. It's
Well, it's been in there for quite a while.
been in there forever.
Of course.
Well, wait a minute, he's in a meeting. I'm not gonna bother him. I said it's irrelevant.
I believe,
I mean, this automatically disqualifies anybody from out of state unless they come here and get a driver's license. That's my
That's
concern.
fine, because it's, if they're looking at it and they have a vision to come here, it's not hard to get a driver's license. If he's really serious about joining, it's necessary.
may I, gentlemen? I see your point. You stated, sir, and I believe you're correct, within 90 days, you're supposed to change your residency and get a new license. Can we say current Colorado driver's license obtained within 90 days?
It doesn't matter. They have to have it.
That will satisfy the letter of the law if they are moving in. I think part of that is to make sure that you're hiring somebody that lives here. You're
Well,
not hiring somebody that lives,
Well,
I think it's
they
more
have
important.
90 days to relocate.
but it's more important than that, Kevin, I believe. It's because you're on emergencies, you have to be a valid, you can't be running around and having the highway patrol worrying about whether you got a right license. I mean, it's, you have to be valid, you have to be a citizen.
Yeah.
Of the state. Anyway,
so. To me, it's a simple fix. Current Colorado driver's license obtained within 90 days.
yeah, if not, if you don't
I
have
would
it,
agree.
you can put it down required and put in parentheses.
Or
obtained in 90
within
days.
90 days.
Or before the position, and then that would
Either way,
satisfy, or
doesn't
before
matter.
taking on the duties of the position, something along those lines, because then it's in place before they even start. But
Could,
maybe not by the time they apply.
I don't think that's necessary though, Brady. It personally, within 90 days,
What would you like me to write?
he's moving in here. I put the print in it, leave it required and print it.
Within 90 days.
I would be good with that, sir.
Yeah, I spoke that. And I thought I can't seem to find it, but it did say they have to become a resident. Oh, there it is. First page, under essential duties, first bullet, must reside within the county within 90 days.
That's right.
You know, a whole nother policy thought or procedures is, do we have a copy of those driver licenses on file?
We do or we don't, Brady? We do. I thought it's required. You need to have them anyway on most of them.
Not necessarily, but it's part of the I-9 if we
Right.
give that sort of identification.
And you guys are okay with the minimum experience at the time of hire? You're okay with that?
I believe I am, sir.
Okay, and how would we define equivalent experience?
But that to me would be process wise, you say, how come you don't have it? And you say, well, but I've got this thing in the state I came from, it's equivalent. He has to prove it.
So that would be experience in those said fields.
Okay,
In my opinion. There again, that's somewhat subjective.
I would challenge that to say, how are you gonna quantify an equivalent experience to a bachelor's degree in business? I agree with the spirit of it, don't misunderstand me. We get challenged in a Fair Labor Standards lawsuit. They didn't they didn't hire me because what? What's that mean? Is it 2 years experience in each one of them or 4 years? I mean, it takes you 4 years to get a bachelor's degree in business. What's an equivalent experience? 4 years?
It might be a CEO of Lockheed Martin. Business of, they hire, they have professors in universities that are able to give doctoral candidates their thesis and crap, even though they're not a doctor themselves, because they have had enough experience to do it. Their thoughts of it.
I would just say, what does equivalent experience mean and how can we quantify that?
Why didn't we ask that question when we hired Cindy, what's her name?
Well, we didn't hire her. She was already
And
here.
the others over here. And they presented their tickets of experience. And if they had gone through and taught in a school of business, I would say fine. Without the degree, probably, or whatever the experience is. It's how we view it at the time, and it's how we compare candidates against each other. Somebody doesn't have it, and they think that 4 years in running a garage is experience, that won't hack it. It would be case by case problem.
4 years running a garage might be 4 years.
Might be even better. It might be a master's degree in business. So that would be on what they explained to us, what they actually did.
So.
They didn't know how to open a
year
computer.
in experience. Would be a good way to do that.
Say again.
A year-to-year swap for experience.
Well, I don't think that's enough either.
Well, that's, in my opinion, as ignorant as it is, that's exactly what it means. If it's an equivalent experience, it has to be experience equivalent to a bachelor's degree in one of those three things.
That's right.
Right.
Or why don't we strike it? Don't even worry about it. You don't want to worry about it. I think it's important for
I think.
a guy to have some experience in business. And we can base our opinion on who the candidate is on by how much that is, whether it's a year or 2 years or 3. I would take the guy with 3 more years of experience than just 1 or none.
I think I would leave it in.
I would too.
Without defining it.
Let's leave it like it is. You know,
The equivalent experience is a year-to-year equivalent. If you wanted to spell that out, you can spell that out. I don't know that you need to, but I wouldn't be adversely affected.
we're going down a path that we've always gotten wrapped around an axle on metrics. If you're gonna put a metric, you're gonna measure against, where do you stop? And there's the eye of the beholder. There's subjective evaluations of candidates and what their experience really is. A guy running a drugstore business is going to be different than a guy running a crew and doing the day-to-day payroll, business administration of something else. That's in our eyes, and behold and decide. And if we know that he's got 20 years running a business, then
This doesn't really speak to that. This speaks to the minimum education / experience required.
that / experience is what I was just talking about. And it's also, if you say, how can you put a metric on there 1 for 1? That's subjective as heck. If it's 10, it depends on the job that he had, whether what he's trying to present to us is equivalent. We're gonna have to base that on something, our own subjective view of what that experience was. Oh, well.
And I guess if it went to court, then, that's the thing I would want to encourage us to stay away from is how do you prove that subjectivity? And
That's
so
right.
can we
You
put it
wouldn't
in?
want to do, that's why you don't. put the boundaries on it.
And so I would agree that this exposes us to liability by leaving it the way that it stands.
And your suggestion, sure. Sir.
I might suggest that we put in, or 4 years equivalent emergency management experience in place of the degree.
Something like that.
And so then the only question I'd have after that is, does that mean it's a total of 6 or does it mean it's a total of 4?
Or you could say
What is that?
business experience, not an OEM. What value is that? Then are we exposed to a liability because he's got a business administration degree in pharmacy or whatever?
Right.
Come on. You could go on forever. And so when they come in here with their experience, that's what we're hoping. We're getting OEM people that have had, this is a senior level job they're applying for. They are coming out of the emergency field of some
Not
kind.
necessarily, Bill, you can't bank on that.
But then
It's
you wouldn't
legally
accept
required.
them, Tom. They would be unacceptable. Compared to a guy that's coming out of the field in this area. That's how you avoid you know, we are susceptible to a lawsuit on just about anything, you know, today.
I would agree. I don't like it, but I would agree.
Bachelor's degree in business, public administration, emergency management. Or 4 years equivalent experience in one of these fields. Is my proposed change.
I would support that.
Go ahead. Make it so.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Are we good in that particular field, minimum education experience required? Minimum education within 1 year, those are required courses that need to be taken to hold that position. We've addressed Colorado driver's license and background checks, CPR, first responder. Emergency management casework we did away with. That takes us to the last page. Performance reviews.
Do we have a 6-month standard performance review, Braden?
Not currently. Unless the supervisors do that,
Yeah, policy.
not out of my office.
I think when he was hired, we did have, and then we changed. We didn't care. I don't think it matters.
So are we good with performance reviews as written?
Good to me.
I don't know who does it, but
The boss. So who's the
This
boss?
is,
What we've done so far.
this past year, I think. Most of our performance reviews. Did not happen.
correct,
State that.
because we don't have a policy for it.
We did, we said we were gonna do it, and I've done them. On the guys that fell under me, I wrote them.
I've not received any
Not
performance
late,
reviews
not
this year.
this year.
Okay, that was my statement. This year. Given the way everything went down and everything else, we.
We had,
Spot that
That's
everybody
right.
let slide.
in the break in the normally what Donna Donna did, she brought him in and said, here, do it. Because she was following what was the practice. Braden had other things doing, new guy, we were busy, I mean, all that happened, it did fall through the crack. But performance reviews are required.
It is, well, it says it's subject to periodic performance reviews. It didn't say that it
It doesn't say when, and
is required.
Okay, then I think it needs to be fine tuned.
yeah,
The second bullet would be the one that would have to be adhered to, because that's spelled out as 6 months. At the very top. Post-introductory period evaluation
where is it?
under performance reviews.
Oh, it's on the next page. No,
You say at the top,
I don't see it.
Very, very top.
very top,
of the
6 months.
document, yeah.
Oh, there it is, introductory period is 6 months. What does that mean? Does that mean,
6 months.
That's saying
Probation.
That in 6 months they
You
will
have a-
receive a review,
You'll have a review
which
to
will,
review the supervisory communication and community interactive skills, which
is that supervisory period or supervisory comma? Just fast.
where are you looking, Ken?
Down at the job
Oh,
description on the
yeah,
left.
should be a comma. I
It's
see what you're
comma,
saying.
No,
Sorry, I just had to holler about the dots, the diddle or whatever. So
Come on, I mean,
okay,
just another hole in the dam that we need to plug at some point when we get some policies and stuff in place. We agree.
Mhm.
pay schedule. 40 hours per week with adjustments as needed. As necessary during emergency situations. I believe I'm good with that line.
That, you know, salary position is a contradictory. I don't get it. 40 hours per week, that's just normal.
What did yours show there for salary?
This is
Okay,
the
so
new
I've
one.
got-
56,
I've got
59.
something funky with what's the old one? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
You looking at the new one?
I was looking. at the other
They're
one.
the,
He's
it's the
got
same,
those.
you got both, right?
Correct.
What's on the old?
The old one,
45 to
the
55.
salary range for the old one is 45 to 55 per year with benefits.
And the new one has 56, 59.
And you recommended 50 to 60?
Just based on what I thought the position was hired at.
That's a good
But
range.
having seen the old one, I
I'll
would be amenable to whatever. was
let's
inside.
look at the old one.
And where we at with budget? We didn't know he was retired.
Right now,
resigned,
it's
so we
budgeted
budgeted
yeah,
down
at,
56.
It was 45 to 55 on the old one. I think he was 56 something. I don't know. Maybe it was more than that. Right here.
actually, 59.4.
For 2023.
Correct.
2028.
For 2023.
So bring him in at. You know. What'd you propose? Right, 50?
That said 50 to 60.
Good enough.
Commensurate with experience
Sure.
in that range, or just leave it that range. I don't know.
No, you don't need it because we would do it with, based on his experience.
I would support 50 and 60.
You good with that in there? I would also. Anything else, gentlemen, on this document?
None for me.
I would move that we approve the job description for the title of Emergency Management Director as modified here today.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to approve the job description as modified today for the title of Emergency Management Director. Any further discussion? I'm seeing nothing here. I'm seeing nothing online. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
And are you
Motion
familiar with,
carries.
can I ask Wayne a question?
You may.
Are you familiar with this website that Adrian said he posted it to the state?
I'm not.
Okay, so we need to probably track that down and
Posted on.
I can Google it real quick and see.
I was able to Google it and find it, but it looks like probably can only add things if you're a member.
Mhm.
I wasn't able to see any job postings just as a passerby.
Good.
All right, Emergency Management Association. Which I certainly would think that's where we would want to
Post.
post it. Just a suggestion.
Okay, anything else on this? And at this time?
Shouldn't be, we voted on it.
I just sent that to you all.
Okay, the updated,
The updated.
so everything else can go away, you know?
Yes,
Good.
and it says 12/22 on it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Send it to Adrian too.
And you said the 28th was the deadline to apply,
Correct.
so less than 2 weeks. Okay.
You said you had two now?
Yes.
Okay. Consideration of the Assistant Director of Finance 2023 salary. I believe that would bring you up again, sir.
Yes, so I put this on the agenda, just given, where the meeting ended on the budget last week. And kind of after a long day, just rethinking over that, I just want to throw out again that, and I'll just go ahead and use names since there's only one other person, one person that I'm talking about, but I did do a performance review evaluation for Lisa back in October. And at that time found that she really is doing more than what I originally had intended to hire on that position as. So originally that was to be a director of finance and HR assistant, really just an admin assistant for that office. And at this point, she's really stepped into doing payroll and accounts payable almost entirely on her own, while I'm working on bigger projects like audit and budget. And so I think with that, it's not just answering phones and answering emails and, scheduling and things like that. I do think this is a position that's worthy of an assistant director title, which my intention was to change her title and job description at that time on October 3rd.
Authorities changed, what
And
kind of authority you given her?
it would just be essentially what she is actually doing. It's
What she
more
is.
saying what she's
Writing
doing in the
checks,
accounts
whatever.
payable and payroll side of things. And so with that, at that time, my suggestion was to move that to 41,000 to start at the beginning of 2023 with the budget. I think with that, I believe that is the base salary for that position. And with the COLA also involved, think that it should be applicable to receive the COLA as well.
And you had the money.
Well, we don't, with the budget, it
But
was
you
not
had the
approved.
money somewhere.
With the budget we
Oh, yes,
approved.
yeah.
The budget we approved.
No.
It's not in the budget, but it would go against the fund balance.
That's what I was
So
asking.
the 43,250 is the 2023.
So but it's the difference that we're talking about. What's the difference between what you get?
$2,250. It's the COLA.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forgive me, I didn't.
You know what this?
Okay, let's, I move that we accept Brain's recommendation to What are we doing here? Assistant Director of Finance, change her salary to what he proposed as, give me the number.
at 43,250 for the 2023 year.
Okay, 42,250. 42,250, 43,250, 43,250. Starting 2023.
On the first page.
That's the bottom.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Unless there's a second, I'll quit discussing it.
I was just trying to look this up real quick. There I am. Okay.
I will second the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. To accept the proposal from the HR Finance Department in regards to the Assistant Director
Of finance, is that the title?
And HR.
And HR does, okay.
to the Assistant Director for those departments, which would provide a salary at this time, starting in 2023 of $43,250. Any discussion, gentlemen?
I think it's appropriate, given that you said HR too. Otherwise. No.
Anything from you, sir? Okay. I'm not seeing anything online, not seeing anything in the room. Those in favor of the motion as presented by HR for the Assistant Director of HR Finance, for a salary of $43,250 commencing in January of 2023. Signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
You may have that back. My apologies. I cleaned out my briefcase here.
All right.
Okay. Next item would be the consideration of resolution 22-26. Which would be the resolution to adopt our budget for 2023. I would assume that would now include the change just made. Is that correct?
Careful what you ask for, you
Yeah.
might get it.
Since the change was made before the adoption of the budget,
Yes,
Better be,
that's correct.
not adopted yet.
so.
Yeah.
That would be the only change in the budget. That we hashed out.
Correct.
Last Friday.
Yep.
I would move that we adopt resolution 22-26, which is a resolution to adopt our budget. For the year 2023. Inclusive of the change made here this morning. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. To adopt resolution 22-26. To adopt our budget for 2023. Inclusive of the change made here this morning. Any discussion, gentlemen?
I have kind of a legal question. Are we out of order? Do we adopt the budget before we certify the mills? Okay, yeah, that's a totally separate thing.
We have to do the budget before we can certify them. So,
Thank you.
That's
Anything
my
else?
legal opinion too.
I thought that's probably what you were gonna say.
No, you can't have part of Clint's salary.
Sorry, but he was looking this way. I didn't mean to restrict you.
You knew the answer better than I would anyway.
Any further discussion? Anything, not seeing anything online? Those in favor of adopting resolution 22-26 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consideration of resolution 22-27, which is a resolution to appropriate sums of money.
This is simply just the revenues that we are expecting within the budget, and so that was not changed by anything else discussed here.
I move that we accept the resolution 22-27, resolution to appropriate sums of money as presented. It didn't change it. Or even-
My only question is, I will second that motion.
You're gonna ask. the
I'm
same
gonna
thing.
ask where it is because
Thank
it's
you.
not here.
I got 26, 28, and 29, but I did not have 27.
You don't have 27?
I do not.
In there, sorry.
So part of my
I got
discussion is what
27.
is the, what is said resolution?
You want to see it?
All right,
There it is.
sorry.
It's got a K on it. That's for me anyway.
My case, it's my case.
Is it not in your to be signed packet either?
These are additional.
It probably is in that.
This is the revenue that we're expecting in addition to the fund balance. And it just asks for revenue in this resolution.
It was here. My apologies on that.
No,
I
that's
just
fine.
was looking for my digital copy
Hey,
that
I
made things so much
Pay
easier.
attention,
With
Herbert.
all of those,
Well, I don't have a
things.
copy of it
Sorry
either.
for the-
It's not electronically sent. She just made a hard, yeah.
Did you send it?
I'm doing it right this
Okay,
second.
all right, I refreshed, I didn't know if you sent it yet or not.
While waiting on that,
Oh, you're gonna get a start on,
this is the budget that we just approved.
It is in your folder now under K.
beautiful, sir.
Okay. You're still looking at it, correct?
Looking for it, yeah.
Looking for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you explain it one more time, Brady?
Yeah.
Now I got the numbers.
Yeah, so this is just saying that this is the amount of revenue that's coming in on top of fund balance
Okay,
per our budget. What we expect.
so total revenue coming in to
Correct.
be added to fund balance.
Correct.
Anything else, gentlemen, on discussion? No, hearing none, seeing nothing online. Those in favor of adopting resolution 22-27 to appropriate sums of money signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did I not state that?
No, you stated it correctly. I just now saw something that's. Unless these aren't fund balances, these are expected revenues.
Correct.
Okay, contingent funds, what hurt my ears up.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Good catch.
Yeah.
Next item up is consideration of resolution 22-28. Resolution to set mill levies. And I'm going to.
No. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right, that's right.
That is correct. There was, my question was because we have mill levies again later on our budget.
Yep.
Our agenda, excuse me.
So this is just based on what the assessor provided as valuation for Custer County for next year. And the mill levies that we're allowed to by our various restrictions, Tabor and such. And how we appropriate them for the budget.
Okay, I move we accept resolution 22-28, resolution to set mill levy.
Second. So do you have a motion on the floor to approve resolution 22-28 to set the mill levies as presented? Any discussion?
The 1.5 for human services was what we had raised it to and we're leaving.
Are these mill levies for all the taxing entities in the county, or is this?
Just for the we're gonna do the others later on.
Okay.
It's just for the county.
Anything else? You're good, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is to approve resolution 22-28 to set the mill levies as presented. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Motion carries.
Where's in?
We don't, I spoke of that at the beginning of the meeting, that we are waiting for things to come in from JD. And until we get that, we're not going to. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Had to look. Consideration of resolution 22-29, which is the family opt-out. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, so
single page for the budget.
so this was all as you may recall, I think I spoke to this a while back, but the voters approved Proposition 118 in 2020, which created the Family Medical Leave Insurance Program. Within that, the way that works is it's 0.9% of the employee's gross income goes to the state that is as a premium, which then employees would have access to paid leave, essentially under the same conditions as FMLA. And so if they had an FMLA type emergency, they would have access to these funds to where that time off would be paid. Local governments are able to opt out of this. And it is my suggestion that we decline participation in this because of the cost reason and the fact that employees still have access to it, even if we do opt out of it. As far as I know, I do not know of a local government that has opted into this. And I think given kind of how there's maybe only one or two wheels on this vehicle right now, it's not maybe smart to participate right away, given the newness of it all and just the way it seems to be going at the state level. My suggestion is this resolution to decline participation in the family program.
And I believe, if I may, the premiums are paid throughout 2023. Funds are not available until 2024 to said employees
Yes.
as well.
I move that we adopt resolution 22-29, the family opt-out resolution.
I was just gonna add, all the counties are opting out that I'm aware of as well, so.
And we have till the 1st of January to make this decision.
Yes.
Is there a second? If not, I will provide that.
Okay, seconded. So I do have a motion on the floor then to adopt resolution 22-29.
So who seconded that?
I don't,
Oh. Oh, great, you derailed me. Now we're gonna have to
Sorry, you
start
both
all-
derailed me. He asked, and then the next thing I know, you were saying there's a second, and I thought, oh,
All right, so I have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-29, opting out of the family medical leave insurance program for the county of Custer. Any further discussion? Hearing none. And seeing no hands online. Those in favor of adopting resolution 22-29, please signify by saying aye.
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 I,
Motion carries. That will take us to the consideration of the 2023 certification of levies and revenues. Did you
So
acquire all of your information?
unfortunately, no, I've not. As far as I know, they actually have until the end of day today to get that information in. And I've not checked with JD today, but as of yesterday, we did not have all those in. So we will, if there's any way that we can do a special meeting for that.
by law, it has to be today, correct, 15th?
Um,
I mean, they have to submit by.
they have
today,
to submit
sorry.
today. Yes, yeah. So
Who were missing, you know?
I'm not sure. on
Why don't you
that.
call him up and see where he is?
And you had sent me one that did not have an attachment with.
I was worried you weren't getting those. I thought it was weird that I was and you weren't, but let me look.
hi, JD.
I believe technically it is supposed to go to you all. JD has been historically the one that keeps track of those and then submits them to my
And
office.
find out where it's going.
So
Thank you.
for,
JD's on his way down to tell you where he is.
okay. That will be good. If that is forthcoming this afternoon. I think that what I would prefer to do, rather than trying to do a special meeting, would be to recess this meeting until we have that information and then reconvene and
See what
take
he
care of this
says.
item on our.
We have a timeline for it.
I'm not sure.
Sometime
I
in
can
the
have it
past,
compiled.
they- they wait.
Yeah. I'm not sure I
Here
can
he
have it
is with the
compiled.
answers.
Well,
Yeah, it might take you a while.
Because I've
So you
got to have
done?
that big.
What's that?
Mill levies, you get ready.
No, I haven't even started because I don't have the county. Nobody's given me the counties. And I
Where
do
does it
not,
come from? Nobody.
him or you. And I also don't have dry fire protection district. And I called them yesterday. He said, I'll send it. I never got it. I called him today. He said, oh yeah, I forgot to send it. I'll send it to you. So I'm waiting for it.
Sending it on a computer, not Pony Express, right?
Well, he said he'd email it. So we'll see.
That's the last one. we did.
That's the last one I have.
So how long does it
everybody
take you to get it?
and so we need to just,
We just voted
the
on
ones
all
we
those,
just
so-
voted on to give to you, so.
else. Yeah, and I can give the rest of them to Braden. I have copies made for him, but till we give her amount or dry fire. Now, the law does say, if they don't get it to us in time, you can either wait and try to work with them, or you can just certify what they turned in last year, and that's their problem. But that would be up to you guys to decide, but I can't do anything till they're all done and certified and sent to the state or whatever.
So did you call him early today, maybe, or?
10, 11 o'clock, between 10 and 11. I was on Zoom until 10:30, so,
Okay, well, if you got it, the sooner the better, I guess.
well, yeah.
We have a choice. We can delay adjourning this meeting, or we can just certify it like you said.
Yeah, I don't know, your guys' call. But I talked to him yesterday and he's like, oh yeah, we forgot to mail it. I'll email it to you. Then he never did. And then I called Dave, oh, I forgot to do that. I said, if you want to get paid, you better send it.
Okay, So now you have access to ours because we just voted. on
Okay,
ours.
yeah, that's fine. I won't do anything with them till Monday anyhow. That's the earliest I could start on them because I'm waiting on an update to the software. But I can give you and you can get going on them.
Suggestions.
I
sir.
can't promise that it would be done today. I don't totally remember how long it took last year to get that all put together.
And to be honest, the law says they have to have them in today. And I think you have to have them in the state either the 19th or the 20th.
I think the 22nd is what I.
Oh, 22nd,
seen.
okay, yeah.
I-
So there is some time in there. They don't expect you to get it done
So
immediately.
by next Wednesday, I guess since we're closed on Thursday.
Have a good day.
If not, we'll straighten them out.
See you, gentlemen.
See you,
Clint, thank you, sir.
be careful out there.
So how can we do this and approve it?
I think we need to have the numbers in front of us to approve it.
And we can't delay the meeting until the 19th.
No, that would require a special meeting. I was not wanting to adjourn if they were gonna be available today. That was my,
Yeah, I can run up and see if he
that.
sent it. I mean, I checked it probably 20 minutes ago.
but you
We
would
could
not
do
have an
a,
opportunity to have it presentable today then.
Not
correct?
in the format that I believe is required
by the 19th.
Well,
by
by
the
today.
22nd.
By the 22nd, yeah.
So,
Can we have a special meeting next week?
Next week, tomorrow afternoon, whatever works best.
That's what means be on Zoom. We don't have to be here to do that. Just long as we got the data, take a poll.
And like I said, I got all the figures except
okay,
upper arc, so if he wanted, when he gets that done, if we don't have them, you could do something like contingent upon receiving upper arcs approved.
upper arc or right?
Or I'm right fire protection. I don't know why I said upper arc, right fire.
No, they both deal with water.
Yeah, I guess. So. Upper arc got theirs in, they were the first one, so.
What do you prefer, Brady?
I have no preference. I can do either
Do either, what are two choices?
or any, whatever the choice is.
What do you guys' schedule look like next week?
I got a lot of happening, so I can do it. I'm not gonna be able to come in. I can do it on a call, that's easy. Telephone. As long as I got that data.
Monday is not good for me. Next week, the 19th is not good, so other than that,
We got family.
I
coming
believe
here.
that I can make anything work. So that would probably be beneficial to you, it'd give you a little more time to make sure you had it in.
Do it right,
place.
get it out, get us
Uh,
copy.
So I could do Tuesday through whenever.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
I'm available Tuesday.
Tuesday
I
would
was
be
thinking
fine.
maybe Friday.
You go ahead and take Friday out.
You go.
You think, if
Why
you can-
be-
Why not
by
Saturday
myself.
or Sunday? Yeah.
I could meet by myself.
Be sure to bring your key with you. So you get in the building.
I'll be sure to bring
make sure the
that.
phone works.
I think Sunday about 12:30 or so. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Get it together and pick a day, and then if I can get here, I will, but
I'm good
otherwise I'm on. the
I'm good
phone.
on Tuesday or Wednesday, either one.
I got family and
Do Tuesday, what time?
But something Candy thing.
I'm gonna go.
Morning, you want to
10?
do it that morning? That would be fine.
10 when?
Tuesday. Or
I could do a 9 easier. I could do either one, but
9
just
would be
get
fine.
in
too.
and
Fine.
get in and knock it out and
And if that's it, I have no problem sending it to you guys, so you wouldn't have to be here in person. And you just make that vote and call it good.
But we need to definitely schedule a meeting and post it, correct? Special BOCC meeting.
yes.
Yeah,
And for my part, if I don't get it from that guy, I'll keep bugging him. I'll bug him a couple more times today, but. I told him, if you want to get paid, you really need to. do it. He's like, yeah, we should have turned that in a while ago. I'm like, yeah.
So to your point a while ago, though, if he doesn't get it turned in.
Yeah,
we
you
will-
can
we will
just,
go off of
the law
last
says you
year's.
can just certify what they did last year. And we had to do that 1 year. Someone didn't send one in. And we certified whatever. And then it turned out when they did send it in, it was different. And the state said, that's too bad. You didn't get it in time. You'll have to make adjustments next year. So
Yeah.
it was their problem, not ours. So
So,
And that's
Yeah.
close of business today, right?
close the business today. Yep.
So, and that's. Like you say, that's on them, especially since you have reached out a
I
couple of times.
like to twice.
So, I would be good with that, and so if they don't turn it in by end of business today, we will go with last year's and certify that, and, I'm speaking myself here, I guess, that would probably need to be a consensus, but, that would work for me, and I would be available, we'll do a Tuesday, the 20th at 9 AM. And are you gentlemen all wanting to do that as a Zoom meeting?
I do.
I'll be here in the office, but we need to let Bernie know so that he.
I gotta be, I cannot do it.
Okay,
Bill can get on a Zoom.
all right, and I believe I can be here in person. If not, I will make sure everybody's aware of that, and I will be able to do it by Zoom as well then. If not, then I will try to be here in person. As far as I know, I can be. So if we can get that scheduled, Jennifer, please.
I've got it.
Thank you. I figured you did, but I just wanted to make sure, you
I
know,
appreciate it. Make sure I wasn't asleep.
give direction and stuff like that, so.
I appreciate
Uh,
it.
So that is our last item on our agenda for today. Is there any other items of business, gentlemen?
Does that need to be laid on the table to that meeting or postponed to that meeting?
For this agenda item, I would move to table the certification of the mill levies until December 20th.
I was saying,
You have a motion on the floor to table the consideration of a 2023 certification of levies and revenue until a special meeting to be held on December 20th at 9 AM. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
hi,
Aye.
We'll just have to remember to vote to take it from the table first. We can't just start in on it.
Okay. You might make a note of that on the agenda
What?
to take that
If you want to give me the county
certification
stuff,
of
I'll
levies
bring
and
those
revenues
down to you. At least
to
you'll have
take
them
it
when
up
we get started.
from the table
You
because we
can-
tabled
I
it.
don't care,
and now
email,
we
bring
need
it
to
up,
take it up.
whatever's easiest.
from being-
It would be on in old business.
No,
No.
Yeah, no, just two line items would be, one would be taking up.
or writing a sticky note.
Yeah, taking up the certification of levies and revenue.
Okay.
And then the next item of business will be consideration of,
Okay,
so
so
Dude,
will that
Tom
fall
made
under
the
new
point that
business?
since we tabled it, we have to take it up again. We can't just start in consideration.
Okay.
And table items are considered.
I'll look it up. I have the book.
I don't think so. I think it's handled under new business. Okay.
So you can look it up and
I will.
have it for us that way. Okay,
You're gonna send
thank you for that.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Any other additional items of business?
I have
Here,
done.
give that to me so I can-
You did all
and there,
there.
you're back.
You mean,
Yeah. after more. I think we're gonna do-
Okay, hearing none. Public comment, if there's anybody that would like to make public comment at this time, feel free to do
Do
so.
go at your own risk.
I'm not seeing anybody from outside at this time. And seeing no hands. I will adjourn this meeting at 12:39 PM. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
here, Kelly.
You guys probably don't surf the net for